the July 7th Select Board meeting to order. We will also be having a County Commissioners meeting tonight, but we will do that after we conclude the Select Board meeting. We are using Zoom webinar for our meetings, which allows for the public to participate in the meeting as an attendee. Attendees must register to participate. The registration link is unique to the meeting. The registration link can be found in the description of the Nantucket Government TV YouTube live feed for the meeting. People registering to be an attendee must use their names, otherwise they will not be allowed to participate in the discussion. Attendees will join in listening mode. They can click the raise the hand button if they wish to speak. The chair will call on those who have raised their hands in the order in which they were raised. All questions should be directed through the chair. As a preliminary matter, I'm Dawn Holgate, Chair of the Nantucket Select Board. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Starting with Select Board members in the order in which I see you. Jason Bridges.
Here.
Melissa Murphy. Melissa Murphy.
Why you couldn't hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you. Thanks. Christy Ferrantella.
Here.
Matt Fee.
Here.
And I'll go through town staff members, and I think we'll introduce the other people as we go through the agenda. That's appropriate. Erica Mooney.
Present.
Libby Gibson.
Present.
Roberto Santamaria.
Present.
Amy Baxter.
Here.
Brian Turbot.
In attendance.
Graham Dervich.
Present.
William Pittman.
Present.
Greg Pibden.
Present.
Janet Schulte.
Present.
Chuck Larson.
Present.
Stephen Murphy.
Here.
Vincent Murphy.
Here.
Tom Rafter.
Here.
Mark Willett.
Here.
Okay, and we'll introduce the other people as we go through the agenda. Aside from the note that we will be doing county commissioners after select board, I don't believe that there are any other changes except our first item on the agenda, regretfully, is we're having a moment of silence for one of our former selectmen, as what she would prefer to be called. She was the longest standing female selectman to date, and we would like to take a moment of silence to honor her and have some people say a few words. But we also, since this agenda was posted, have found out that Jim Lentowski, 47-year Conservation Foundation director, has also passed away. So I would like to turn it over to Libby Gibson to say a few words.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, we were talking over about some memories of both Nancy and Jim, and former board member Tim Madden is on as well to hopefully share some memories about Nancy. When I first started working for the town in 1988, Nancy was a board member, and she was a little bit strict, and I was a little bit fearful of her. She was a smoker, and she would probably be one of the first to remember that often in executive session, she wasn't the only smoker. There was a smoke-filled room, and you really couldn't get out of it. And often I had to go over to Winthrop and at Zero Main and deliver papers for her. Her packets were either delivered to the board or they came to get them. And her office was also filled with smoke at that time. And Nancy was very much about manners and being respectful. And she didn't hesitate to let people know what she was thinking. And she used to use the word vex. She would say, "I'm getting vexed with you right now," at a meeting with people. And I always remembered that.
Should I recognize Tim Madden? I know I saw him on here.
Hi, Don. First of all, congratulations to you as well. You're I believe, the second woman now to be elected to 3 terms. So congratulations, I think. With that being said, Libby certainly touched on it, and she knew her better than anyone, probably, of all the board members that Nancy served with over the years. But, it was interesting that her obituary mentioned the fact that she was respected for speaking her mind. Talking about it hitting a nail on the head. She certainly spoke her mind and let you know where she stood. We often talk about people who have seen the big picture. Nancy really saw the whole picture. The big things like you guys are dealing with the downtown area now. Nancy would have been terrific on the board with all her insight there for her years with, Winthrop and so forth, and working with Beinecke especially. But, like I said, she got the entire picture. I remember one meeting we had where we were talking about the trash and whether we're going to go to pay by the bag or this or that, and tedious at best. But all of a sudden it seemed like we were talking to the haulers as if they were going to have the answers to our problems. And Nancy put it very well. And this is where she saw the entire picture. She said, Miles Reese picks up my trash, not for the town. He picks it up for me. It's not his trash. It's my trash. All he's doing is saving me the trip to the dump, and I pay him to do it for me. So it's not his issue, it's our issue. And that's really true today as well. We had a split board when I served with Nancy, and, it was frustrating to her. I remember when I first got started, I was 20 years younger than any other board members and more than 30 years younger than Nancy. And, I was always surprised when we'd get to the meeting and she would open her packet, which many of us had already opened. I later realized that Nancy really didn't need even to have a packet. She knew the issues inside and out. She knew the way she felt about things, and she'd let you know, and she'd articulate them in a way where if you voted differently than she did, you always felt like, boy, I hope I voted right. But usually you kind of felt like maybe you didn't. She's just, she was a wonderful mentor. I learned so much from her. I served with her later on the ZBA, and during those times we were a much more cohesive board, and it was a lot more fun working with Nancy on the ZBA because I never agreed with her so much as I did at that time. I don't know whether I evolved or whether or not she evolved. I think it's very sad about Jim Lentowski. I know Nancy thought very highly of conservation land and the foundation, the land bank and such. And Jim will be missed, but Nancy will be missed as well. And this is about her. And I really think that, we're losing some great people lately. And but there'll be new people to step up. And with that, thanks for allowing me to come on and share my thoughts about Nancy. I could go on for days, but won't. I'll let you get to your busy agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Just on a personal note, Nancy is my neighbor just down the street, and she has made a wonderful gift to this neighborhood by donating some of her land to the land bank that's adjacent to the Colored Cemetery. And I regularly walk my dogs through there, and it's just been a really lovely addition to the neighborhood. And she also put a permanent restriction on her own land through the land council. So I think that those were some really lovely things that she did on a more personal level, aside from being a longstanding selectman. So I would like to now have a moment of silence for both Nancy and Jim, if everyone will indulge me. Thank you, everyone. Next up, we have the election of officers. We put this off for a couple of weeks to make sure that a full board was here. So I will open the nominations.
I nominate Jason Bridges for chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, or are there any other nominations? Seeing none, all those in favor by roll call, Jason Bridges,
Aye.
Melissa Murphy,
Aye.
Matt Fee.
Aye.
Christy Pella,
Aye.
John Holgate, aye. And now I'm going to take a break and turn it over to you, Jason.
That was fast. Thank you, Dawn. Really quick, Dawn, I want to thank you for you led us through 2 very tough years through a pandemic as chair, Madam Chair. And so I really appreciate your leadership in facilitating these meetings for 2 full, straight years. So thank you. Is there any nominations for vice chair?
I'll nominate Christy Ferrantella for vice chair.
Thank you, Dawn, for the second. All right, we'll do a roll call or any other nominations? Okay. Vote by roll call. Dawn Holgate,
Aye.
Melissa Murphy,
Aye.
Matt Fee,
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella,
Aye.
and it's aye. It passes 5-0. Okay, thank you, Christy. I think that's it for officers. No changes to the agenda that I know of, unless something came up in the last couple hours, Libby. Announcements, over to you.
Thank you. This meeting is being video and audio recorded, as we know. The next board meeting will be in person next Wednesday, July 14th, starting at 5 p.m. in the public safety room, back to our old meeting place in the public safety facility community room. And we are working on dry runs. It'll be a hybrid meeting with in-person and some people coming in on remote. So Eric is arranging some dry runs for that. We do have some ongoing committee, board, and commission vacancies. They are all listed online. They include Agricultural Commission, Council for Human Services, Cultural Council, Nantucket Historical Commission alternate, Planning Board alternate, oh, thank you, Erica, and all the rest shown on the screen there. Our annual forum with the Nantucket Community Association is next Tuesday, July 13th, starting at 9:30 a.m. It is via Zoom. And the link, we didn't have the link, I don't think, when the agenda was prepared, but we do have it now. I think it's online. Yes. Is it? Or it will?
No. So the Nantucket Athenaeum is going to be sending you all the link. It's going to be Zoom webinar. So you'll get the panelist link on Monday. But we do have the link that's going on the agenda, which is essentially just the link for people to register to be an attendee.
And I, if it's not already out, Erica, the agenda for that forum, which is, a one-liner that we're meeting with the community association, community association, has the link on it.
Yep, and also the Nantucket Athenaeum website, nantucketathenaeum.org. If you go to their calendar, there is a place to register as well.
Great, thank you very much. Single-use plastics ban compliance visits. Our recycling coordinator, Graham Durovich, is on, and Graham's going to just quickly talk about what this is all about. Graham?
Thanks, Libby. So the town's waste reduction summer interns, Emily Lay and Ella Warburg, have begun visiting local businesses to help them come into compliance with the single-use plastics ban. As a reminder, the following single-use petroleum-based plastic items are included in the single-use plastics ban and are currently prohibited from commercial sale and distribution on Nantucket: straws and drink stirrers, flexible can and bottle yolks, drinking lids and cups, plates, bowls, and eating utensils, drinking water in plastic and non-recyclable containers of 1 liter or less, and non-recyclable beverage pods. Subject to the Attorney General's approval, plastic stick earbuds and flushable wipes containing plastic fibers, cloth fibers, and/or antibacterial chemicals will be added to the single-use plastics ban effective June 1st, 2022. Our waste reduction interns will also be reminding businesses of Nantucket's biodegradable packaging bylaw, which requires that everything packaged on Nantucket be in reusable or biodegradable packaging. Businesses are expected to come fully into compliance within 30 days. And if you have any questions, you can contact the town at ackplasticsban@nantucket-ma.gov. Thank you.
Don, can I speak? It's Matt.
You can, but ask Jason.
Oh, geez, sorry.
Sure, go ahead, Matt.
Jason, sorry. My voice is terrible. No, I got a call today from one of the food salesmen, and he hopes that we are aware of how difficult it is to source products now. Some of the people who are trying to come into compliance have no options, supposedly, and he was going to reach out to Graham and talk with her. COVID has done a sort of a real hit on the production of a lot of different things. I ordered glass bottles for drinks in November, and they just arrived at the end of June, and they still haven't been shipped because the trucking industry is such a mess. Nantucket Nectars and Snapple are moving from glass to plastic because of sourcing problems. So the supply is a mess. The delivery is a mess nationally. And he's going to call and talk about some of those issues just so that we're aware of them. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Is that everything, Libby?
There's one more thing, but I think Graham wanted to.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Graham.
Thanks, Jason, and thanks, Matt. Yeah, I reached out to US Foods and I have not heard back. I did hear back from Cisco today about those supply chain issues, but also that they do have some other options besides glass. And one business even ordered stuff today and are expecting it later this week to replace boxed water, which is the main thing that businesses are not in compliance with. And just as a reminder, reuse is the number one goal here, and the town is very lucky and fortunate to have so many water refill stations all across downtown as well as beyond across the island. So it's always an option to move in that direction and encourage customers to have their reusable water and fill it somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. I think Christy has an announcement.
Yes, thank you. I just received an email from Habitat for Humanity Nantucket that I wanted to share with the board and the community that they're getting ready to build 3 new housing units. One is a single family structure. The other is a duplex. All 3 are 2-bedroom homes, and they're going to be opening up applications for a lottery at the end of August. So now is the time to start preparing all the financial documents and talking with Habitat for Humanity about the application process. So I just wanted to notify the community, these are on our shy list. They helped us get that year of safe harbor. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody's reaching out to their networks about this home ownership opportunity. Thanks.
That is it for announcements.
Thank you, Christy. Thank you, Libby. And thanks, Graham, for that. On to the COVID-19 weekly update. Are there any public comments regarding COVID-19? Anything from the board? Okay, we'll go on to the report from our health director, Mr. Santa Maria.
Good afternoon. Congratulations on being elected chair. Don, thank you for the last 2 years. It's been a journey. Things are going very well. We are finally moved into we're in our new location here, so pardon the echo. We're moving along, getting the occasional case here and there. We are keeping an eye on the Delta variant and how that's going through. We are seeing some breakthrough cases from people who have been fully vaccinated, but they are not showing any severe symptoms. These are people who are showing up positive, but they're showing up positive because they're showing up for a procedure or for other reasons, and they get tested just to be safe. Or they're looking to travel and they get tested and come back positive even though they've been fully vaccinated. Those are suspected to be Delta variant that we're seeing, but we haven't been able to confirm that any yet. Approximately 1 out of every 4 cases of COVID nationally is now associated with the Delta variant. It is burning through the unvaccinated population pretty severely. So what we're seeing again is, like I mentioned at the last meeting, vaccines work, which is a great thing. Since the hospital passed over the vaccination process to us, we have given over 686 doses as logged into MIIS today. Heather is in the process of logging in more. And then I will share my screen real quick just so that you can see the age breakdown. So what you'll see is the bulk of what we have given are people ages 13 through 18, which is really great. What we're seeing is that second wave of interest from when Pfizer became approved for youth, 12 to 18, 12 and above. So those are these are the 2 numbers that you're seeing here. But what we are seeing is, since we shifted our vaccine clinics to the afternoons, and then also now on the weekend, other times on the weekend, we're seeing the population that was a little bit harder to get, people who couldn't take time off work and things like that. We're starting to see some demand from there, which is really great. We have really, the majority of these 2 numbers has been in the Hispanic community. So we've made some real inroads there. And then I believe, we're averaging about 50 to 70 people per clinic, which is really great. And what we're doing is we've moved over to the first way parking lot behind the school administration. So if you, on Sundays from noon to 2 o'clock, if you're looking for a first dose, please come to the first way parking lot. You come in through first way, that first right into the parking lot. We are able to stack up to about 100 cars there. And then for your second doses, we're doing those Thursday afternoons at the same location. So we're looking good. And the health department building, the office has now, the Health and Human Services office has moved to 131 Pleasant Street, which is the old fire station. So if you're looking for us, please come here. We're going to set up some walk-in times here as well once we get our vaccine storage moved to this building. Once that vaccine storage gets moved, we'll be able to have some walk-in clinics here as well, moving into the fall. And then lastly, I know it sounds bad, goofy, but flu season is right around the corner. It is important. Those vaccines we know work as well. So we're going to be ordering, as soon as we can, we're going to be ordering flu vaccines as well that we will have available here for school and any adults who would want it as well. That'll be on top of the hospital's flu vaccine clinics as well. And with that, I just realized that I'm still sharing, so my apologies. With that, I think I will move it to any questions.
Any questions from the board? Matt?
Yeah, I have one. Citizen, excuse me, citizen asked, can you still share demographic and age info? You gave us a chart at one point, Roberto, and they were wondering if we still have that breakdown and can share that publicly.
Oh, we can share it publicly, but I haven't run those numbers in a while, so it'll be a while. But I'll get that together and I can email it before next meeting. It's gonna take me a bit because last time I did that, I ran those numbers. We were still only about 800 positive cases, so we're 600 cases deeper. So it's gonna take me a bit.
All right, thanks, Matt. Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, thank you, Roberto.
Thank you.
If anybody hasn't seen the Nantucket Today article on Roberto, it's really good. It's a great picture, and they did a really great job of capturing you, Roberto, and what you do. I thought.
Thank you.
Okay, other reports, comments, updates? Anybody else? Amy, did you have anything, or Libby?
I was gonna say, Amy might have something.
Okay.
Congratulations, Chair Bridges. Nice to see you. So I was just going to give a quick kind of check-in, obviously in outdoor dining, obviously we're back to full occupancy everywhere, and we've made some adjustments in some places. As you know, we've opened up Cambridge Street locations. So most folks will be those in public spaces just directly in front of their building and spaces. So we're kind of determining where there might be some issues and what the next steps are. I think we'll have an update at the next meeting on the 21st, I believe that is, to discuss the future. Currently, we're only approved through the end of the state of emergency plus 60 days locally. So we can discuss what the next steps are for both private and public spaces. And I should be able to give you some options there as well. So, we're getting a lot of comments and feedback. Obviously, we are at full force times 100 this year. So the experience is somewhat different than last year. So we're trying to tackle that and see where we can make amendments where we can. And then again, I'll have some options for you as we move forward, and just want to know if there's any questions or comments on the status of everything right now. You all good?
Looks like everybody's okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Any other comments COVID related from the board? Okay. So this next agenda item is public comment for items not related to COVID-19 or on this agenda. I don't see any hands up in the attendees. Okay, there's no new business that I know of. I get a motion for approval of minutes, payroll warrants, and treasury warrants.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. All those in take a vote here. Sorry, I saw a hand go up. Matt, go ahead.
Jason, question
muted,
before
Matt.
we do, is this on contracts too?
No,
We doing
no,
it separately?
that's next.
Okay. Yeah, great.
Okay. Take a vote by roll call. Matt Fee,
Aye.
Melissa Murphy,
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella,
Aye.
Don Hill Holgate,
Aye.
Jason Bridges, aye. That passes 5-0. Now we can go to pending contracts. I think there might be some questions from the board, or any question from the board before I go to the public? Nothing? Okay. Eric, can we go to Bruce? Sorry, Matt, go ahead.
Well, you can, mine were a couple. 131 Pleasant. That was Sumco. The trailer screening, I want to vote against that. We shouldn't be, I just feel that we should be, the more money we spend, the longer that thing's going to sit there. It's the ugliest building on the island. And, I'd like to drive by and look at it so that I find a way to get rid of it and turn it into housing. So I'm going to vote against that. SMRT, there was $250,000 to design sewer for the Loran. Is that design and install, or is that just engineer and design? Because if it's just engineering and designing, it seems very high, and I would like to understand why.
I believe it's not.
Libby, can you?
Yep,
Go ahead.
it's not the actual connection, it is the design. And it also involves how the septic system will be removed. And these types of things, I guess, are costly. The total appropriation for this project is $500,000. And this item is just about $250,000.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Bill
Keep
probably
it
has more than I do. Thanks.
Part of the issue with this is the big problem with the it's not just a hookup. The big problem is there's a problem with with the piping underneath the building, which is on a slab. So it's going to require some extensive work inside the building to get to where it needs to be repaired so that we can even hook it up to the sewer. There's a continual problem existing now with even the septic tank. It's going to be, we're even worried that this potentially, the level of this work may even prevent us from using the facility next year. It's going to be pretty extensive.
Matt, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, again, my point is 250,000 for engineering is a lot of money. I just had mine redesigned from the building to the cliff with all the elevations shot, with holes dug, etc. I know this is a different area, but it was, you know, $3,000, $5,000. It wasn't 25 times that, so, you know, or more. So that's my concern. If it includes, you know, breaking up the concrete and doing the work, then I'm all for it and I'm in. But if it's just to draw the plans to do that, it just seems excessive to me.
Thank you, Matt. Any other comments? We go to the public. Okay, Erica, could we pipe in Bruce Mandel?
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a few comments on one of the agreements that's listed for Commonwealth Resource Management Corporation for solid waste consulting services. And my comments have nothing to do with the company or the individual whom I have a great deal of respect for, but this agreement raises several questions. First of all, the DPW website is very clear that it's pursuing a package to identify the next solid waste management vendors based on responses to the recent RFEIs. And as you may know, this RFEI process has generated about 10 responses. Well, when we look at the scope of services that the town is asking for, and which Commonwealth has replied to, there are several inconsistencies. One is the town is asking for them to provide analysis and support for negotiations of amendments to the waste services agreement with Waste Options Nantucket. And it's my understanding that this lease is not being renegotiated now, even though Waste Options has offered to build at no cost to the town a new facility in exchange for an extension of their agreement. But I don't see why this particular scope of services would be necessary, especially at $215 an hour over 3 years. That's one item. Another scope of services calls for implementing programs for, and I'm quoting, landfill mining and reclamation. This process has been stopped. And my understanding is it's not being re-implemented. So why is this in the scope of work? We've got a very capable solid waste and recycling coordinator. And some of these services seem as if they're taking that responsibility away from the DPW. This agreement calls for example, let me read this to you. Support the town's efforts to acquire permits for, construct, and bring into operation the proposed new cell 3A. Well, this cell has been constructed and completed more than 3 years ago. So why is this in the scope of work, and why are we allocating hours at $215 an hour over 3 years to do that? In addition, this consultant is being asked to review and inspect the activities of Waste Options in the course of its operation. And this is really what the DPW is supposed to be doing. The agreement scope of work calls for reviewing fee escalation and annual reconciliation of statements. Well, why is a consultant needed for this? All of these.
Bruce, can I stop you there?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to check in. Libby, I know Rob, our DPW director, is not here to answer those questions. Do you or Graham want to?
I can give it a shot. Some of the items in the scope probably are a bit dated, and if they are, they don't happen. The waste services agreement is very technical, very complicated, and when it refers to the amendments that Bruce is speaking about, that is for the current contract. That is not for a future contract. So if the current scope reads things that are already done, like the cell, then he won't do those. He'll do other things, and we pay him what work he does. It's really necessary for us to have a consulting contract for solid waste management services.
Thank you, Libby. So before you respond, Bruce, so a couple options. We could move this to another week so Rob can maybe answer this in more detail. If you want, Bruce, it's kind of the pleasure of the board. We could move this, or we could vote on it.
Well, if there's no
any thoughts from any board members?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, 1 second, Bruce. Matt?
Yeah, I'd like to move it. I thank you, Bruce, for catching that. I didn't see that information. I would like a chance to read that and go through it. I think I'll probably support it, but I didn't read the detail that he just described, and I think it's important that I do. So I would like to move it.
Kind of question to Libby and maybe to Brian Turbot. Is this a timely issue? Can we put it on next week or 2 weeks later?
It could probably go to next week.
Okay. So, Bruce, is that okay? We get more clarification. Matt can look at it, and maybe we.
Sorry, correction. We don't actually have pending contracts specifically on next week, but this item could be carried over.
Okay.
I make a motion to carry it over.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Dawn?
Aye.
Matthew?
Aye.
Melissa Murphy?
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella?
Aye.
Jason, aye. So we'll move that to a future week. Thanks for bringing this to our attention, Bruce, and we'll get more clarification when the DPW director gets back and brings some light to it.
Thank you very much. And Matt, while you're looking at it, the last item, it tasks this consultant for developing a proposal for pyrolysis or other utilization at the Nantucket site. But we just got the RFEIs. So why are we going to negotiate this with Waste Options Nantucket at this time? Although I think that's a great option. And my intent was not to delay this, but to bring these points out to see if perhaps in approving this, the board could adjust it. But if it's more prudent to review it and to revise it, I'm very pleased that that will be done because, as you know, the future of waste management and the landfill is a very critical item to many of us. And I think we need to get it right as we go forward. And I appreciate the willingness of the board to review this.
Thank you, Bruce. Okay. Go to the next public comment.
Sorry, give me 1 sec.
Okay. Mr. Barrett, you're on.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm asking, I guess Rob's not on tonight because I had a question in regard to the People GIS contract for the online reporting system. We currently have a system that's within the town website, so that we currently use. Are we going to be having a new software app program like the See It, Click It, Fix It program, or are we going to just stick with the town website? That's $33,000 for a tracking program that we currently use the town website to log stuff. Most of the stuff gets logged in. I've been reporting the same issue for the last 18 months, and every 6 months I have to call them back because they close it out, but I've never gotten an answer as to why it closes out. So I keep calling, I keep reapplying it, and I'm just trying to figure out why we're going to spend $33,000 for a tracking software when we actually use a page within the town website. So I'm trying to figure out what that 33,000 is going to be for.
Thank you, Mr. Meredith. Libby?
This is the software we are already using. It is a renewal of the license for that software.
That's on the town website for that pull down menu.
That's right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Meredith.
What a
Okay, so any other comments on the board? I think we can take two of these out and do a full vote. So we can take out, for the voting purposes, we can take out the Sumco 24,000 and the SMRT 249, and we can vote on the rest. Is that okay? Okay. All those in favor of approval of all those except those two I just referred to? Dawn Hill-Holgate?
Aye.
Matt Fee? Melissa Murphy?
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella?
Aye.
Jason Bridges, aye. Okay, then we can go to SMRT Engineering for the 249,200 for the Loran. Any last comments? We're gonna go right to a vote. Okay.
Yeah, I'll last comment. I'd like to, I'm going to oppose it because I'd like to see the information and it seems high. So I can't in good conscience vote for it. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, Christie seconded. All those in favor? Dawn Hill-Holgate?
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella?
Aye.
Melissa Murphy?
Aye.
Matt Fee?
No.
Okay, Jason Bridges, aye. So that passes 4-1. Go on to the next one. I believe the Sumco Eco Contracting for the installation of landscaping at 131 Pleasant Street for $24,525. Any comments, or do you want to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, Dawn Hill-Holgate?
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella?
Aye.
Melissa Murphy?
Aye.
Matt Fee?
No.
Jason Bridges, aye. That passes 4-1. Okay, that got us through pending contracts. Any last comments, Matt or anybody else on pending contracts? Okay. All right, consent item. We have a gift acceptance from Human Services, the Salt Marsh Senior Center. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor with a letter of thanks. Dawn Hill-Holgate?
Aye.
Matt Fee?
Aye.
Melissa Murphy?
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella?
Aye.
Jason Bridges, aye. That passes 5-0. We have a public hearing to consider the application to transfer annual wine and malt beverage package store license from Brooklyn Books Incorporated, DBA Annie's Whole Food. Nancy Camera. Matt, you want to recuse? Is that your hands up? I can't hear you.
Sorry, I have to recuse. They bought some bread for me Friday, so I'm
Gotcha.
off of this.
Over to Pippin Anchor, LLC, DBA Pippin Anchor. Mr. Chris Sleeper, manager for premises located at 14 Amelia Drive. This public hearing is open. You want to walk us through, Amy, real quick?
Yeah, I'll walk you through briefly the process and then let Mr. Sleeper describe the business for you. As you mentioned, this is a liquor license transfer. This is a package store, wine and malt beverages, an annual license. Currently was Annie's Whole Foods and will be Pip and Anchor LLC. Now, a couple of things. with a license transfer. The applicant here is agreeing to take on the license with all its current conditions and is responsible for any previous violations, outstanding debts, etc. The history of the license travels with the transfer to this new LLC. This license has no violations on record and is in good standing across the board, so we feel good about that. A couple things on the hours. A Section 15 package store chooses the hours of sale on a Sunday, so long as they do not commence before 10 a.m., conclude no later than 11 or 11:30 on a day before a holiday. One thing I want to, and Chris will go through what their business plan is. The one thing I want to stress, there's no objections to this transfer at all. Everything is on par with what we require. Is that the applicant in this case, because there'll be a lot of pickups and stuff at the store from online orders, that the applicant must follow all procedures for verifying age of person purchasing and taking possession of any order with alcohol. And pickup of grocery orders containing alcohol must only take place within authorized days and hours for alcohol sales. They can't sell or deliver any alcohol outside of those hours, even if someone purchases that online at a valid hour. They can't come by at 8 a.m. on Sunday and pick it up, because delivery constitutes a sale when we're talking about alcohol. So those are our only guidelines right now. I will turn it over, and the applicants can describe the business that they are looking to begin.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having us. Amy, thank you for helping us through this and for your time thus far, and the select board for having us. Yeah, as Amy described, we are a retail grocery store right now, offering online groceries, sort of as we build out this full concept of an in-person grocery store with an online presence as well. We would love to transfer Annie's license over to us. And as mentioned in the agenda, it is a small selection and a focus on small producers. So 100 Mile Makers, Rita Higgins' company, was founded on the idea of connecting small producers to their community and sort of building up small business from within. When it comes to beer and wine, we have to reach a little bit farther for that. But we are building this to connect small producers and small farmers in the wine and beer making world to those who come through our doors. And we want them to feel a true connection to who they're buying from, and have a buying power and feel good about what they're buying, and know exactly where that's coming from. And we share a passion for what we plan to serve and hope to serve already, with vegetables from local farmers and different makers products from on island and nearby from our neighbors just off island. And we feel the same way, that we can offer that from winemakers all over the world, mostly focused on biodynamic, organic, and small production with a farming focus, as well as small breweries, probably a lot of New England focus and very, very close by.
Any questions from the board for Mr. Sleeper or Amy? Okay, this is a public hearing. If anyone from the public would like to comment, you can do so now. I don't see any hands raised. So if we're okay with the board, Amy, we can close the public hearing. Any thoughts, or is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, Don Hill Holgate,
Aye.
Melissa Murphy,
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella,
Aye.
Mr. Fee is abstaining, Jason Bridges aye, so that passes 4-0. Oh, sorry, Christy?
Thanks. I just wanted to make a quick comment. I fully support this. I just felt the application was very similar to the Green Market that we had a couple of weeks ago. And I just wanted to distinguish that this was a transfer of license and a different location. And that's why I felt comfortable supporting it. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for the clarification, Christy. Thank you. Okay, good luck, Mr. Sleeper. And Rita, good to see your name here again.
Thank you.
Great to be here. Thanks, everyone.
Good luck. Okay, we're on to town manager's report.
Thank you. First item is to review progress with the scope of work for our PFAS townwide assessments, phase 2. I think Greg Tivnan, Assistant Town Manager, is going to start us off, and then we're going to have some other staff speak on various aspects of the project. Greg?
Yep. Thank you, Libby. Yes. Good evening, everyone. Tonight we have an update on the town's elective actions regarding PFAS. This is not a comprehensive review of everything that's going on right now, and this is not anything we're asking the board to take action on or any recommendations being brought forth. We just want to get more into a routine of updating the board and obviously the public on the actions that the town is taking regarding PFAS. And so tonight we have a few of our team members who will report out on some of the activity that's been going on since the board voted on the phase 2A contract on June 9th with CDM Smith. So tonight we'll bring a couple of topics and a couple of the activities that we've been engaged with forth. But we also want to point out that it's been pointed out to us that Chuck and I have not been Chuck Larson, our manager of strategic projects, who works pretty much 100% on our PFAS efforts right now. We're not really good with our outreach and communication. So we've heard that a few times. And we've met with the Nantucket PFAS Action Group, who gave us a few good recommendations of how we can do better. And one such way is to have just regular updates like this, which we, of course, we will try to engage with the board regularly, as well as having starting to engage in the community action group, which was part of the communications plan that was adopted by the board, I think last November. And we did promise that once we started phase 2A, that we would start engaging with the public much more proactively. So with the assistance, I'm very happy to say, of the Nantucket PFAS Action Group and our internal group, we will be putting together outreach groups that will have some interactive forums, listening sessions. We hope to start in August, but I'll explain that a little bit later in the presentation. What we've also heard loud and clear is that we are not testing enough, that the town is not doing enough, that there are other ways of doing this. So we do want to address those type of comments tonight, that yes, of course, there's different ways, different methodologies, and we are on a path that we think is going to be the best for the town. And testing is a very complex issue, and Chuck will speak to that. And we also want to make sure that we bring our efforts back to what it's really all about, which is a public health matter. And even though we've been really focused on the mechanical, technical efforts of it, now that the coronavirus is kind of winding down, perhaps, poor Roberto, our public health director, is now fully engaged with us in our PFAS efforts. So, and one of those efforts, which we will talk about later, is bringing town water to the neighborhood west of the airport. So we'll talk about that a little bit more, but don't want to drag it on out. We have a few speakers tonight, presenters. So I'd like to ask Roberto Santamaria to say a few words.
Thank you, Greg. So the only reason I agreed to help with the PFAS thing is because I was told there'd be cookies. Anyway, one of the most important parts about the PFAS thing is how it is a major portion of it is a public health toxicology crisis. One of the things which a long time ago, before many of us on this call were born, a company came up with a perfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, which is really strong at being able to repel water, to repel any sort of things from sticking on it. Teflon is one of the biggest ones, PFOA, perfluorooctanoic acid. Then you'll also hear about Gore-Tex, you'll hear about Scotchgard, any of those sprays that you used on that were used on camping gear, shoes, clothing to make them waterproof or water resistance, things that are in shampoos, even some sunscreens, are all laden with this product that was designed to repel water. There are over 2,000 different forms of PFAS out there, and one of the things that the most dangerous parts that we're finding out now, 50 and 60 years later, is that they accumulate in the body. They bioaccumulate, some more than others, but all are dangerous. And what we're finding out is that not only do they accumulate in the body, they are also endocrine disruptors. And they, depending on your level of exposure, it can help move along and advance certain types of cancers. So now what we're in the process of, and like Greg was saying, is we're looking to quantify where we are, trying to figure out, and like Greg just said, and we'll get to it deeper, it's not as simple as just go out and test. So we need a lot of help, and we're working to be as transparent as possible. So I will introduce Lydia, who is our PFAS intern from Tufts University, who's going to be helping bring us through. If you have any questions regarding any of the PFAS health parts of it, please feel free to contact us. And one of the people on this team that you see on your screen now will be contacting you. So Lydia, please take it away.
Thank you, Roberto. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah, awesome. As Roberto said, my name is Lydia Silver. I am a graduate student at Tufts University studying sustainable water management. And this summer, I am conducting my practicum on island, doing PFAS research, as well as a little bit of education and community outreach. And honestly, with the help and support of Chuck, Roberto, and Greg, what I've been doing most recently has been just really delving into the PFAS cycle and just trying to figure out different ways to kind of approach the mitigation efforts that we have in place and the mitigation efforts that we need to have in place to really just begin reducing the exposure pathways on island. And yeah, I also have had the pleasure of working with the PFAS Action Group, and this dedicated, amazing group will be speaking just very briefly today as well. And I would love to turn it over to them. And thank you all again for having me here. And my job is to connect with people, so please feel free to reach out with any questions that you may have. I will turn it over to Aisha.
Hi, Jamie, are you on?
I'm here. Hi, everybody. I'm Jamie.
Hi, I'm Aisha. And is this screen sharing? Oh, how do we get that down? Is there a way to get that down?
I think they're just going to leave it up.
Oh, there we go. All right. Sorry, my notes were back there. Hi, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. My name is Aisha Khan, and I'm co-founders with Jamie Hunkawa for co-founders for Nantucket PFAS Action Group. So we are really excited to have this opportunity to share the meaningful work that we've been involved with in the past year. So this issue has a very personal meaning to me. Late in 2019, my husband, Nate Barber, was diagnosed with a cancer that was linked to PFAS exposure from the fire service. And that was really the first time that I had heard about PFAS, and really also what began this journey to learn about this global and environmental public health threat.
And it's at this point, very early on, that I actually joined Aisha, and we built out the group's digital presence with a website and social accounts because we saw that there was a need for local PFAS information on Nantucket. And once I learned about PFAS, I was hooked. Like it became like a weird obsession that we had, and we talk about it every day, all day. And we've really been working on it ever since. Our group's mission is really to be an educational resource for Nantucket residents to learn more about the hazards of PFAS affecting the island. And in the past year, we've united with other affected communities across the nation. We've joined the National PFAS Contamination Coalition as members of their leadership team. We are also community liaisons for the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine on their panel for guidance of PFAS testing and health outcomes. And we work pretty much daily with scientists, lawyers, nonprofits, policymakers, and now we've been working with the town in an effort to make a positive impact on PFAS regulations.
So currently there is a major absence of federal regulations. So at the end of the day, the burden of PFAS really falls on the people, financially with our taxes, physically with our health, and mentally with our time. And something that we're seeing time and time again is that knowledge is power. And if we have the knowledge, then we can be empowered to make those informed choices that are best and what are best for us and our families. So for that reason, our group is really focused on providing educational information that is accessible and digestible to just everyday people like everyone here. So two projects that we're really proud of and we'd like to highlight are our pilot wildlife study. We were very fortunate to collaborate with Dr. Lepre and a nonprofit group, Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility. And we also received technical support from Dr. Kerrigan. She is an exposure scientist and epidemiologist from Michigan State University. And so the project is divided into two groups. Let's see, it is. Well, the purpose of our testing is to see if the PFAS has reached into our wildlife, specifically the wildlife that we consume. So the project is divided into two parts. Phase one is looking at scallops and deer, more the wildlife that stays local to Nantucket. And we're planning on posting those results later on this month on our website. And then phase two will be addressing freshwater and saltwater fish. And we hope to have those results at the end of the summer. The second study that we're planning on doing is a firefighter PFAS exposure study. And that's also working with Dr. Kerrigan. And we hope to get those results started. We hope to start getting that project this fall. And we will be keeping our social networks updated on any progress on that. So now I'm just going to pass it on to Jamie to discuss our national involvements.
Awesome. So on a national level, our main focus right now is within the fire service. We are currently working to get firefighters a fully PFAS-free option for their gear. As you may or may not know, but Nantucket was the first in the nation to approve the purchase of fully PFAS-free gear for the entire department, which is unbelievable. Like, you guys are trailblazers in this arena, which is phenomenal. There's just like one hiccup, right? So the issue is that there is a PFAS-free outer shell option currently available, but PFAS still remains in this moisture barrier. And that's the work that we're doing right now. In a quick nutshell, the National Fire Protection Association, or the NFPA, is voting on an amendment that would allow for fully PFAS-free gear to be manufactured. So we're in the process of building out a whole campaign to rally firefighters, concerned citizens, scientists, like really anybody who can type, to email the NFPA to submit a public comment, urging them to pass this amendment and give firefighters this choice. If anybody is interested in emailing the NFPA to submit a public comment, they're accepting them until August 4th. We would be happy to help with that. So feel free to reach out to us. But that's really our national focus right now. As we all know, PFAS, there's something new that pops up every day. So who knows what next week will bring. But to just wrap up, we've seen that when it comes to environmental health contamination crises, communities really lead the way. Specifically with PFAS, it's the affected communities like Nantucket that end up leading the efforts that push states to regulate and ultimately influence corporate chemical policies. And Nantucket has this really amazing, thriving culture of community involvement, and we're just so excited to be a part of that. As Greg mentioned, we've had some really impactful initial discussions with the town about PFAS. We've brought up some of the top concerns that we've heard from community members, like questions about private well testing, health effects, the costs associated with connecting to town water. But we've also seen, like he mentioned, that there really is a major communications gap between the town and its residents. And we're hoping to build on these initial meetings and implement a more multi-sectoral approach to PFAS on the island so that that communications gap is addressed. We've really seen that when you have different perspectives and different priorities represented in the conversation, that a lot of amazing progress can be made. And we're just hoping to continue to do this really important and meaningful work. But in full honesty, we actually need funding, and we are looking for grants or any funding to keep us going. So if you guys know of anything or hear of anything, please let us know, send it our way. And again, thank you so much for allowing us this time to introduce ourselves. We're really excited to get started.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha and Jamie. We are very excited to be working with the action group. We've had, as Jamie mentioned, some really impactful meetings over the past couple of weeks, which has set us on a better path for outreach and communication and better understanding of what the concerns are out there. And I also want to give a shout out to Lydia. She has done exceptional work just in the few weeks she's been here under practicum. And Roberto tried to steal her and hire her the other day. So maybe she'll stick around. I'd like to ask Chuck Larson to talk about some of the testing and the elective side of what we've been doing. Oh, I also want to point out, sorry, on the screen is the action groups, Nantucket PFAS Action Group's website, just to give you a little shout out. So people want to go on there and sign up, and everything Jamie was talking about for their actions and their activities can be found on that website. So thank you, Erica. I forgot about that.
Good evening, everyone. So Erica, if you can put up the next slide.
There we go.
And while that's loading, I'd like to also say thank you to Aisha, Jamie, and Lydia, for the opportunity to get to know the PFAS Action Group and collectively, develop better ways to communicate with everyone. And this slide is probably not the best for communicating. I'll acknowledge that up front. And this is the first time it's actually being presented. So as you see at the top, it's marked as a discussion draft. Some of the finer details for each of the projects it could probably be said a little better. But what I was hoping to do was to list the 5 PFAS related projects that are happening on Nantucket and show what some of the similarity and differences are. And I'll be going through these projects and providing an update on each. So the first project is the airport project, started in 2020, and that falls under the Massachusetts Contingency Plan, or MCP, and Massachusetts DEP's Bureau of Waste Site Cleanup. And this is a project managed by Airport Administration and the Airport Commission. Information has been collected and is posted on the airport's website, which is ac-pfas.com. You can also find that link on there, the airport website. And Noah Carberg wasn't available to attend tonight and wanted me to provide the following information as an update. There is an airport commission meeting scheduled for July 13th. It's not posted yet, but I assume it's 5 p.m. Weston Solutions, the airport's licensed site professional, will present a groundwater and soil update of their work. McFarland Johnson, the airport planning and engineering consultant, will present the information on the water main extension and bid results. And there'll be an update on defining groundwater and soil contamination and documenting off-site impacts. So that's going to be a very important meeting next week. And I hope we can all tune in to get up to date on that project. And as the slide shows, the airport is shown in that first column. Mass DEP oversight, Bureau of Wayside Cleanup, and then really governed by the regulations of the Massachusetts Contingency Plan for cleanup of AFFF that was released during either events or training. The next project is the municipal water testing with the Wannacomet Water Company. And this includes the Wannacomet and Sconset systems. And Mark is going to be providing this update in a moment. And if you look at this slide, you can see that, you know, there's a different section in Mass DEP that has oversight for this, as well as a different governing regulation. So when we talk about some of the complexity of working with PFAS and Mass DEP, the work that we do crosses multiple offices. The next item is certainly something we've discussed before, which is the co-compost testing for PFAS. This is work that's being done by Waste Options and Department of Public Works as required in the approval of suitability permit. This testing is being done by a Mass DEP approved test lab and started in October 2020. And we have also collected samples and tested quarterly, including January 2021 and May 2021. A fact sheet for the latest test results is being prepared and will be posted next week. The measured concentrations in the latest tests are very similar to what's been reported for October and January. And as we've said before, the co-compost material is kept for use at the landfill. The compost that's made available for public use at the front of the landfill facility is leaf and yard waste compost. That does not contain biosolids, that does not contain the municipal solid waste. And I know I've had several questions asking about that. And while it might look similar, it's really a different product. The next project is a big project. That's the project we've labeled elective testing, which distinguish itself from the first three in that, you know, this is not a project that's required by Mass DEP, nor are there any regulations in place for this work. And the town's approach with this work really started with CDM Smith in phase one, which started about a year ago. And the preliminary assessment of PFAS island-wide, really focusing on town facilities. That first study was qualitative in nature. There was no sampling or testing beyond data that was already previously available. And now we're working in phase 2A to plan and develop an approach to sampling for PFAS at the landfill, including surface water, groundwater, and sampling for PFAS in wastewater. This might sound easy, and the info in this slide, I think, highlights some of the challenges. One, that we're working across multiple departments in Mass DEP, solid waste, drinking water, wastewater, which is new to the table, and then also the Bureau of Wayside Cleanup. And we've had several meetings with them, and this is a slow process because it feels that for the first time, we're pulling all these groups together to have this conversation. And then kind of going along with that is you can see that in terms of town departments, it covers several town departments, including DPW, health, wastewater, waste options, Wannacomet Water Company, natural resources, finance and town administration. So, there's a fair amount of complexity here that doesn't always get communicated when we talk about the project, but I was hoping that, this helps to, present a picture of that. And the thing that is important to remember is that this planning and testing needs consultation with Mass DEP and their approval. And so we're together, trying to figure this out with Mass DEP. No other model like this exists for any other municipality in the state. And so Andy Miller will talk in a moment with a little bit more information on this project and some of the work we did last week. And last is the PFAS project from Mass DEP and UMass related to the free testing of selected private wells on Nantucket. There has been information circulated in the past, and there is a Mass DEP website that was available to fill out information if residents were interested in this program. So I'm happy to report that we have an update from Mass DEP. It was received July 1st, and with it was 4 attachments. These are posted on the town's website. If you go to our website and you look at the drinking water tile, click on that, you'll see the information. You'll be taken to that. And the information that we received indicates that sampling is planned to begin at the end of July. Kind of a twist here, 1 week before sampling, Mass DEP and UMass will be sharing the proposed locations, which are somewhere in the range of 20 to 40 in a meeting for town officials. I wish we had more time for that to review that, but that's something we'll try to work the best we can. The attachments also include an updated question and answer section, including how retesting is handled and what happens if testing identifies an exceedance of the groundwater standard. And this probably needs a separate meeting or update just on this project. The info we have at this time is posted online. So interesting to note, the Board of Health has jurisdiction for testing and regulation of private wells. And it's really good to hear that, Roberto is going to have a little bit more free time to help out in the project. And I know he'll be jumping right in. So in closing, the information in the table, 5 projects, it really goes through the who, what, where, when, why, and how for each. This is something that's out there to help facilitate conversation. It's not absolute, but I hope you find it helpful, and we'll try to improve it and use it in future presentations. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Andy Miller of CDM Smith.
Okay, thank you, Chuck. Great, yep, that's the next slide. As you all know, we finished our initial report late last year. It was finalized and issued in February. And that provided a series of recommendations for next steps based upon the town-wide assessment that we did of facilities. And you might recall we were looking at the wastewater treatment plants, the landfill, the co-compost facility, as well as considering issues with firefighting foam storage by the fire department and private parties. So our next step then was to move on and further that assessment process, which we initiated with a visit to the island last week, myself and our team of engineers working on the project. The first thing that's important is for us to get that touch and feel, which unfortunately we weren't able to do over the past year with COVID. So this was a great opportunity for us to come out and see everything firsthand, because a picture's worth 1,000 words when you're trying to establish sampling programs and the like. And we met with quite a number of town officials within the administration, Chuck and Greg, as well as Libby, the wastewater department, the DPW at the landfill, as well as one personnel, We met with Roberto and Lydia. Natural resources. We've had conversations with Wannacomet Water, and we visited with NOAA at the airport. So we really made the rounds while we're there. But the most important thing was touring the facilities and getting that firsthand experience as to how they're operated. And this is geared towards, moving forward with establishing sampling programs. So we had the opportunity to tour both the Surfside wastewater treatment facility as well as the Sias-Consett wastewater treatment facility. We spent a half day at the landfill with Graham and Rob, understanding the recycling program and touring the co-compost facility and understanding the next steps there. We also had the opportunity to do some drive arounds to understand the surrounding areas, because I know there are concerns, might PFAS be leaching via the groundwater into down gradient to ponds or possibly homes. So we got a lay of the land from that standpoint as well. Again, important for us to further our assessment, but it's also data, that the data needs are important. And for instance, relative to the wastewater treatment facilities, if and when there is to be sampling there, there's potential for sampling of the influent, looking at the residuals. One could sample the effluent. There's a variety of things, but I think the most important thing is as we move forward to wanting to understand or propose options for source reduction and control. At the wastewater treatment facility anyway, it's what's coming into the plant. It's the septage coming in, it's the leachate coming in, and things of that nature. So we're working with Dave Gray to collect information. He's been emailing things over to us, so we have a better handle and understanding of that. And, as well as the landfill as well, as to how that operates, the volume of materials coming in, what's used in the co-compost facility and such. And what we'll be doing specifically on the each of the landfill side relative to the environmental concerns of the landfill groundwater and surface water, as well as the wastewater side, we'll be developing approaches, considering a step-through approach of how we would recommend going forward with this sampling and analysis eventually. And we'll be creating some flow charts with decision matrices. And that's critical because on all these things, we want to work closely with Mass DP and get buy-in. It's important that they're aware of the sampling we do in advance and they're in agreement with it. Because depending upon the results, we don't want the town put into a position that it has to react sooner than it might otherwise be prepared to do. So those are somewhat intricate steps. They're challenging. A lot of this is trend setting in terms of how to deal with this and approach it. And that's where we are. We will also be moving forward with another visit to the fire department facilities and private entities that also store firefighting foam to consider, assess operations and what might be going on there. The goal being to provide some recommendations on management approaches going forward into the future. So we have a lot ahead of us, and we're looking forward to it. We had a great visit last week and learned a lot, and it was terrific to see everybody face to face rather than just Zoom. So that was a great benefit, I think, for us, and hopefully the town saw it that way and the project overall. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Andy, and thank you, Chuck. We did ask tonight for Mark Willett, the director of Wannacomet Water, to also give a little bit of update on some of recent testing results from Wannacomet's testing, as well as what we've been talking about as far as build out and bringing more water to more people. So please go, Mark.
Thank you, Greg. As always, we've continued our, we started early and we're continuing with our PFAS sampling. The latest results we received actually were submitted to DEP this morning. Those results will be given to the town probably tomorrow and get up on the PFAS website as soon as we can. We sample all 5 wells at Wannacomet. They've all come back clean except for one well, well number 15, has trace levels of PFAS. The PFAS 6 that Mass DEP checks for, 6 different compounds of the chemical. It's below the 20 parts per trillion. That well is a strict backup well and it hasn't even been turned on in probably a year and a half. We also take a combination sample of well 15 with the PFAS in it in 2 other wells combined, and we come up with a no PFAS detected, which makes us leads us to believe that if we make an additional tap on well 15 and a new sample port and do that piping without Teflon tape and pipe dope, we could see different results. But until we do that, we'll continue to use or not use well 15. It is a strict backup. But everything has came back good. All other 4 wells, nothing's been detected in the 3 times that we've tested the wells. Our next sampling event for PFAS will be actually this month, July. In about a week and a half, we'll collect those samples. We will collect them again in October. Then we will collect them January of next year and April of next year. After April of next year, the DEP will come out with another updated schedule for us to continue sampling. It's my belief that they will probably lean towards quarterly sampling for most public water supplies. We're going to sample Sconset's water probably in October. It'll be a little bit ahead of schedule, but that's okay. We'll get that done. But all's been going well. As far as expanding the system to the areas west of the airport, probably about 7 or 8 months ago, we started thinking about that issue and the public health and the residents that might have some concerns out there. So we've moved different projects up in our schedule. One of those is looking to put a new production well into our system. Now, to do that is a lengthy process. Andy can back me up on this. Sometimes it takes 4 to 5 years to get a new well permitted by DEP. We've started that already. We've drilled a couple of different test holes. We've done some pump tests. The drilling company couldn't find a place to stay this summer, so they had to leave the island in May. They will be back probably late September, early October, and we will continue that investigation and move forward with that new well. We've also started putting together some estimates on what it would cost and what it would take to get water out to the western portion of the airport. That area would encompass about 3.5 miles of water main, not including the almost 2 miles of water main that are going out to Matacasham Valley Road. So all in all, you're looking at over 5.5 miles of pipe that have to go in. Now, for us to do that, we're going to run some hydraulic models to make sure that not only can we push the water out there with our equipment, but that there's ample fire protection and fire flow for the firefighters when they go to those hydrants. All of this is kind of governed by Mass DEP with our water withdrawal permit. I think in conversations with them, they're very open to talking about increasing our permit to meet those demands. But all in all, we're doing everything we can. I'm glad this is happening and the town's taking this approach. And I think we'll have a successful outcome.
Great. Thank you very much for your update, Mark.
Yep.
So kind of to wrap it up, as I mentioned at the beginning, we're going to have a bigger focus on community outreach. And we are intending to create our community action group, a CAG or task force, whatever you want to call it, within the next couple of weeks. The Nantucket PFAS action group gave us several names of potential community members, and we're going to also solicit names from the board and other interested parties in the public. We do hope to have like a listening session or like an outreach session in August. We want to have it facilitated, similar to the method we used with our coastal resilience outreach. For those of you who participated in that a couple of years ago, they're much more interactive and dynamic. And so if we do go that route, we may actually have to have our first session in the second week of August because of the facilitator. And we want to continue with these updates to the board just on a regular basis. As you know, they're not comprehensive, as I said. They're not meant to present any specific matters or issues for the board. It's just to give you an update. As you noticed, DEP, waste options, wastewater, they weren't even present this evening. And so next time around, maybe it'll be their turn. So with that, unless anybody else on our PFAS team has anything to ask, or the action group has anything else to offer, give it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Greg. It was a great presentation. I love seeing the community organizing and, you know, helping and pushing the town. So that was great. How responsive you and your team were, Greg. Does the select board have any members have any comments or questions for anyone? Matt?
Yeah, just my comment. It's amazing what the PFAS Action Group has accomplished with their website, and the, you know, the outreach they've made in a short period of time is really, really impressive. It's also impressive that the town is mobilized and taking it as seriously as they are. You know, I think we've admitted we're not perfect, but on this one we're trying to be. And I think that's going to go a long way if we continue taking it at this level of seriousness. And I think, you know, I think everyone is to be commended for what we're trying to do here. It's very difficult and very complex. And, you know, in a lot of cases, I think it would be easier to try to ignore it. And we are not doing that. So I want to thank everybody.
Thank you, Matt. I want to say thank you to Chuck Larson as well. I think there's a leadership opportunity here where we can do things that no other community's done with public and private and all the different collaborations. So,
well, thank you, Jason. Yeah, it's a team effort, and we have a great team.
Any other comments from the board? Okay. Thank you, Libby.
Are you ready to move on?
Oh, yeah. I just want to make sure anybody had any other comments or questions. We're good.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is a review of the fiscal year 2020 town financial audit and management letter. Normally, we would have done this months ago, but of course, COVID got in the way again. And I believe the finance director and our auditor are going to take us through this. Is Tony on?
He's trying to log in right now, Libby. He just actually texted me. So
we did have an audit committee meeting this afternoon and went over all of these things. And once we're through this tonight, we will. I'm not sure the items are posted on the website yet, Brian. Are they? Because we'll get those posted on.
the CAFR is yes. The rest of the finance information is going to be going up shortly. The rest of the reports.
Do you want to maybe, while we're waiting for Tony, mention what the CAFR is all about, what it is?
Sure. So the town has, for the last 7 years, participated in the Government Finance Officers Association's financial reporting program, and we prepare what's known as a comprehensive annual financial report, which is, if you go to the website and look at the last 7 years, it's about 160 to 170 pages. It's much more in-depth and comprehensive than a normal financial statement audit. It's a lot of it aggregates the past 10 years of history in for the town in revenues, expenditures, fund balances, and various other employment statistics, projections, permits, crime that's been reported, fires that have been, ambulance runs. It's a very in-depth report that the town, individuals who go to the town website and read can really glean a lot of information about town operations from a financial standpoint. and how we're doing and where we're at. When I started in June of 2014, we actually was the first year that the town had participated. And had participated in my previous community that I was in, and every year that we have participated in, we've been fortunate enough to get the award for excellence in financial reporting. So it's certainly rating agencies enjoy it, like to see the in-depth information that's in it. Not only that, but investors use it to read, to make decisions. When we sell bonds, we certainly get calls sometimes from investors who have read the entire report. To ask questions about things that they've noticed on the report. So it certainly provides it provides every member of the public who may read it a much greater in-depth view of the town's operations and the history over the last 10 years. For most of the data is required to be provided. So it's a really, I think it's a wonderful thing that we've been able to do, and I certainly wouldn't be able to do it without the help of all the staff in the finance department, because it is an awful lot of work to compile not only just the audit, but compiling the report. And it certainly does take a lot of help from various departments, such as, Roberto and the health department. They certainly help with some of the information. The police chief, the fire chief, water company, everybody in the town is involved in one way or another in helping provide the information so we can put it together. I just texted him, Libby, too, to see if he was logging in. He said 1 minute. He said that his computer did an update immediately as he logged in. So I'm sure we've all hit that snag every once in a while when we've had to try to log into a meeting. But I will tell you that overall, I think Tony will echo this, and it was also a discussion in the audit committee. Overall, fiscal 20 went very well. There were certainly some hiccups that he'll point out in the management letter, which we've also made responses to some of them. But overall, the town certainly did end fiscal 20 in a positive place, with the increasing reserves in an environment which we really thought we were unsure what was going to happen with collections near the end of the year. So we were very fortunate, and I think we probably survived better than a lot of communities did. Hopefully into 21 and the year end for 21 will end as positively as fiscal 20 did. It was very different, I will tell you, having had to do probably 90% of this audit remotely was certainly a big change from past years when they're here and we get it done in a week. It took about probably a little over 2 weeks between sending them information, and then they did come here for a few days. Two of them, two auditors did come down to help facilitate. But overall, fiscal 20 was, we ended in good shape, and I'm certainly proud of where the town ended, given the challenges that we faced over the course of the last few months of that year. We were fortunate, I think, as Tony probably will point out, during the pandemic, that the first 3 quarters that of fiscal 20, we had certainly performed a little bit better than expectations, which certainly helped in weathering the fourth quarter and the changes that occurred with the shutdown of pretty much everything on the island. So we were very fortunate in that respect.
Is Tony, did he make it yet? You make it in?
He hasn't yet.
Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Mandel may have a question about the CAFR.
Yeah, we want,
yeah,
Bruce, go ahead. Wait for Tony.
Thank you very much. I also had a comment about PFAS, but you missed my hand. I'd like to somehow explore that. I'd like to compliment the CAFR and its production. I do notice that there's a comment made consistently over the last several years. It's on page 6 at the bottom, where it's noted that given its geographical location and the limitations of being an island, the town does not have a large commercial and industrial property tax base. So it relies heavily on residential property taxes. And then it says approximately 89% of the town's property taxes are derived from residential taxes. Therefore, new growth is essential to revenue growth and the ability to sustain the town's annual costs. And I call this to your attention because when the select board approves the CAFR, this basically becomes town policy for departments and boards and commissions in dealing with growth. And at the same time, we're trying to struggle with build out analyses and things like that. And even though this is written every year, there is an independent audit, of course, but that's not the same as authorship. But there's two things I see left out. Omitted seems to be an option for budget restraint and a tax rate increase. This report mentions that the real estate tax savings, and Brian, correct me if I'm wrong here, are 3.7 or 3.2% over the past 7 years because of unused tax levy. So clearly there's room to increase the levy. But the new growth that gets mentioned brings additional expenses that aren't discussed in this report. These increased expenses could probably surpass the increased levy from additional growth, especially if we're talking about infrastructure, police, fire, landfill, water company, as we just heard from Mark, sewer capacity, and all the issues that we deal with every day, decaying quality of life, traffic, parking, things like this, water quality. So I just wanted to point out that while this report is really well done and comprehensive, by adopting and approving it, we are basically saying the overriding goal of the town is to increase revenue growth, and new development and growth is essential to that goal. And at the same time, we're trying to balance carrying capacity infrastructure. And I'm curious just exactly how we're going to do both of these things. And if you get a chance, I'd like to visit the PFAS issue with Chuck briefly too. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Brian, did you want to comment on anything? Would you like me to go to Mr. Atherton?
No, I can comment briefly, Mr. Chair. So the unused budgeting is certainly a delicate balance as we go through every single year. And we have over the last 5-7 years, on average, had about 3% unused levy capacity, which means we're not taxing to the full levy that we would, which means that we are certainly trying to balance the needs and the growth of the island against the tax rate and what we are charging per thousand for each homeowner. Certainly, it would stand, quite honestly, to reason that the largest amount of revenue increase outside of Proposition 2.5 within the levy, given the location of the island, would be from new growth. Now, certainly there can be many policy discussions about development around that, but I'm not sure that I see the adoption of this or the submission of this as a policy that says we're going to pursue new growth through residential development. It's a matter, new growth comes in many forms, not just building houses, but renovations to houses. Interior renovations can create new growth. So it isn't only a matter of just developing new property or new houses or building new houses that generates new growth. But new growth happens all the time and has certainly been happening for as long as Proposition 2.5 has been in existence. So I'm not sure that I see this as a support of a policy of rapid development of the island. It's more an acknowledgement that in many communities, they have large commercial tax bases that change or increase or with development that increase the levy, the new growth in a particular year, where we don't have large sectors of new growth or development in commercial tax base. Ours, as we all know, is primarily in the residential area.
Thank you, Brian. Dawn?
I've seen a couple of comments come across Facebook today in regard to this as well. And I'm just wondering if we could do a little bit of an additional clarification on what new growth really means in terms of like what you just said, that a lot of the time it just has to do with improvements on existing properties and not so that it does concern me that it's somewhat sounds like an endorsement of unbridled building. And I think that raises concerns for people.
And we certainly, in the one that we prepare this year, we could certainly work on a revision to the language that maybe more clearly explains it. But it certainly, when we put this together, it's certainly it's not in my mind that I am proposing or endorsing wholesale large development. New growth encompasses not only a building of a new house, but all of the renovations that somebody may do on their house. So it's new growth is captured in a lot of ways, not just a building of a new house.
Yeah, and Brian, that's not lost on me, but I just think it might be good to put a little bit more, get a little bit more descriptive on what we mean by new growth.
Okay.
Matt, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I'm glad, oh, excuse me. I'm glad Bruce brought this up. I was planning on bringing this up myself. This is sort of the this misconception that all growth is good out here. And that's, if we have to budget, you hear me say this every time we talk about this stuff, we have to budget within known parameters. And sometimes we don't do that. We budget within known parameters plus new growth. I look at this in a simplistic way that we need to budget within 2.5. We know what that is. We should fit in that. The new growth should be, in my mind, for new expenditures. And then in future years, those new expenditures go up 2.5% a year. And if we negotiate properly and manage properly, we don't have the issue. One of the things that jumped out at me in here was we've gone up, our OPEB has increased $4 billion since 2015. I'm sure they'll address it, but those are the kind of issues, they're kind of hidden. But when you read this document, they're not hidden. We're just pushing the can down the road a little bit. And I think the document is great, but I think the policy, we need to really look at our policy. We need to increase prices on a lot of fees and things like that. We are not charging enough for what we're getting. Over-road permits are free. We have low permit fees on a lot of stuff. And then people say, what about residents? What about poor people? We can tier that. But we have to really become creative about this and not do what we've been doing. The last time we had a downturn, relying on new growth caused us to, consolidate some departments, which really meant that we got rid of Park and Rec and we got rid of HTC, and we've had a lot of complaints since. And we have a lot of other new stuff that we need to be accomplishing. And in order to do that, we need to charge, properly to accomplish it. And I think that it's not just philosophical. This is a nuts and bolts, add the numbers up and figure it out. So anyway, so I'm glad he brought it up. I think that, we as a board, when we do strategic planning, we need to really tackle this. We really need to say, how are we going to pay for things in 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20? We've got a lot of huge bills coming forward, and we can't continue down the unsustainable path that we've chosen.
Thank you, Matt. I see Mr. Rosselli just came on. I'm going to go to Rick Appleton. He's been waiting for a while, and then we'll get to you, Tony.
Thank you, Jason. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
The new chair, welcome and congratulations. I want to go back to Bruce Mandel, who started this discussion. It was on my mind since it was reported in Daybreak that the language in the report from the auditor was being presented to the board. I think the auditor's report is reviewed by the finance director, the town manager, and the language is important. I think the select board ought to review that language and make sure they support it. Otherwise, it becomes what Bruce said, it becomes your policy. I don't think it is your policy, at least I hope it isn't, because it implies that unfettered growth, and it doesn't make the distinctions that Dawn and others are making, are in the report from the auditor. I also don't think the auditor should be making town policy decisions. Town policy decisions come from the staff and the select board. So you support the report and the language in the report, or you might want to require that it be modified. That's what I would hope you would do. Growth in and of itself is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atherton. Okay, Brian, you and Tony will take back over.
Yes, so our audit firm, Roselli Clark and Associates, performed the fiscal 20 audit, and the partner, Tony Roselli, is here to give a brief PowerPoint presentation and go over a few key items, and we're available for any questions from the board or members of the public afterwards, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
Okay, well, thank you for having me again, and first time through remote. So this is a little different for this. How I've been doing most of my select board meetings, but the first one I've done with you folks remotely. We had a very productive meeting with the audit committee this afternoon. I thought it went very well. There was a lot of questions, a lot of back and forth dialogue, and we went into, like I said, a lot of detail and really tried to understand the audit because of what happened last year. The meetings between ourselves and the town were less frequent. So it was a really nice catching up of things, and hopefully getting us back to square one and getting back on a good schedule. So, but we completed the audit. Happy to report that the town did all it could to keep on schedule with what we had done in the past. We did about 70% of it remotely, which was a challenge for both ourselves and the town. We had, I think, 1 or 2 people parked down at the town because you had restrictions on your buildings. And then those individuals were given the task of sending stuff back to our office via a secure VPN. And that's how most of the audit got done back at our office. So we got through it. I think we got done in the middle of October, which might have been a week to 10 days later than normal. There were some small hiccups, which we'll talk about. Some of them were expected. And so we're just, overall, glad we got to the finish line, and nice to see everyone, kind of jump together as a team and make it happen. One of the things that was very encouraging about the audit was that despite the lockdown in the fourth quarter of the year, that the town still managed to sneak through and increase its reserve balance, not as much as it has in the past, but it still managed to get through. And you'll see that slide that Brian has up. You'll see the reserve balances for 2020 are slightly higher than 2019. And one of the good things about Nantucket having built up these reserves over the years is it really buffered this process and allowed you to get through that 2021 budget, which was a tremendous challenge, but it got you to complete the budget. And hopefully at the end of 21, you'll see some more increases in reserves due to the operations of the island, coming somewhat back to normal. So we can go to the next slide, Brian. So basically the town's reserve ratio, and we put this up here for a reason. The town a couple of years ago got a AAA rating from Moody's, one of only 15 communities in the entire state that has gotten the AAA from Moody's. Moody's likes to see towns right at that 30% mark. So it's really important to try to stay there to satisfy the bond rating agencies. You have a very, very heavy capital improvement plan. You're going to be using a lot of going out to the marketplace. The town is consistently going out and building and expanding infrastructure. And in having a AAA rating, you're saving so much money by having the AAA rating on the finance costs. So it's really important to try to maintain this reserve ratio. And the town was able to do so. And once again, Moody's affirmed a AAA rating for fiscal 2020. You can go to the next slide, Brian. So I just wanted, this kind of summarizes financial trends remain excellent. Ratings are at the high end of the credit rating floors for both the S&P model and the Moody's model. The metrics exceed the state averages. New growth continues. I stepped into a conversation about new growth, but it's there, it's on the slide. New growth continues, and can just continue walking that line between reserves and levy capacity. The taxpayers are getting, per another chart that I have in the CAFR, the taxpayers are getting a little tax break year to year, but at the same time, the town's reserves are going up. Walking that fine line is a goal, and hopefully the town can maintain that goal. Once you start to teeter off that goal, then you need to reevaluate things. But if you can stay on that thin line, I think that's a great place to be. Okay, next. So this kind of just summarizes everything I've said, so we don't need to repeat the things in here. Are there any questions on this? Because this will end the economic piece of my presentation. Okay. Okay, so informational items. We have 4 informational items, and start with the easiest up. The GASB, which we'll start at the bottom, just get through them. OPEB we might talk a little bit about, but GASB, real quick, that's just an informational item for the finance team. There's 2 new GASBs in play. Myself and Brian have talked about this. He's in preparation. So this is just a reminder of the items that I'll need from Brian to complete the 2021 audit. So, so that's just a GASB update. No need to beat that one. The Regional Transit Authority, the town has a provider arrangement with the Transit Authority, NRTA, who provides transportation on the island. Right now, you're processing payroll for the Transit Authority. And in the past, you also processed other things like insurance and different things. And I thought that by doing so, the town is accepting the risk. And I wasn't sure if the town was aware that as a third-party service provider to the Transit Authority, it was taking on the risk of, for example, not getting your payrolls in on time, missing an IRS deadline. With the health insurance, that there'd be some sort of a catastrophic event with the Transit Authority that caused your health insurance to be adversely impacted. So I pointed that out to the finance team, I think 3 years ago. And over the years, some of those layers of arrangements have peeled off, so that at this point, I believe the only thing that you're doing is payroll for the Transit Authority. So just kind of formalizing that and getting that to a place where you think the risk tolerance is okay would be my next recommendation. And Brian, I see you've turned off your mute. So if you want to comment on that.
Sure. Just as I had mentioned during the audit committee meeting, I think that this is something, as Tony mentioned previously, they were on many of our other insurances, being property and liability, and we slowly have migrated them off those. Processing payroll problem is most likely the last thing that really has been historically been done. It's something that we'll have to take a look at and continue to work on. It may be something that we decide is something that's just we're going to continue to do. But as I mentioned in the audit committee meeting today, I think it may be a good idea to formalize this agreement with them if we're going to continue to do it. I've had very brief discussions with the administrator, but nothing in depth about this. But it's certainly something, if we want to continue, that I'm going to recommend that the town and the NRTA formalize the agreement so that we're both have very clear directives. I do know that the NRT administrator does come in and sign all the checks, so the town is not signing any of the checks for them. They're signing them, but we are processing the payroll for our Munis system for them. So it would be a good idea to formalize this if we're going to continue.
Okay, any other questions on that? Okay, next item is important, and it's a reminder. It's network security. Remain vigilant. Every day we're seeing something in some municipality, whether it's holding your system hostage, whether it's coming in and sending fish emails, catfish emails to try to get you to wire things to certain places. And it's just like, it seems like every month there's some sort of incident in Massachusetts that I'm either reading about. Thankfully, it hasn't happened to many of my clients or I don't think any of my clients other than some email with payroll. There's the phishing scheme that's floating around that the person sends an email and says, I'm changing my bank to this, and can you please send my checks to wire my funds to this bank? What I've told my clients is avoid that. Always get something in writing, preferably in person, that the person is changing their wiring information rather than through email. So a few of my towns have fallen victim to that. It's gotten less and less as the phishing situation has been learned out there. Less and less towns are falling victim to that. But again, I think the system in Nantucket, you just had a full-blown network assessment done. You put some training protocols in place for employees and continuing to challenge those employees by sending them fake links and things to see if they click on it and things like that is very important. And I'm aware that Nantucket does have that in place. So again, just a reminder that to remain vigilant, especially where we're doing more and more work remotely in a social distancing manner. So any comments on that?
No, I think you've hit on it. We, as Tony did mention, I guess I'll follow up with briefly that we do have all of the staff in the finance department and the majority of the staff throughout the town are involved in cybersecurity training that has been sponsored and in collaboration with the Commonwealth. So we're working very hard to make sure that all the employees have the necessary tools and understanding to keep the network as safe as we possibly can.
Okay, next is OPEB. And on OPEB, the thing that jumped right out to me is the liability's gone up, as I believe Selectman Fee had mentioned. It's gone up $40 million since 2015. And that's a byproduct of a couple of things. The discount rate has come way down. The bond market got crushed last year. So the rate that was used for a discount on this was very low, which caused a spike in your liability. The town also actively does fund the liability to the tune of about $500,000 a year. So the OPEB liability is based on two things. Are you actively funding it, and do you have a good discount rate? And the town's aggressively funding. Discount rate, I threw out some options to the town. So when you're going out and you're investing funds, you have to say, okay, are we going to be safe? Are we going to go into a managed fund? If we go into a managed fund, we're going to get a higher discount rate. Like the pensions are earning about 7% is the discount rates on the pensions because they're all in managed funds. So the town can either go into a managed fund or it can choose to remain safe with the principle that it's been investing, the taxpayers' money that it's been investing. And I think the town has had a number of conversations about this and has, from a policy standpoint, has said, let's stay safe till we get into a better investment situation. Let's continue to fund aggressively and we'll go from there. Now, the one thing that's out there is the pension will be fully funded out. Was it 2038, Brian?
2038, the pension obligation for the town will be, the unfunded portion will be fully funded. We will still have an ongoing pension obligation, but the large unfunded portion of that pension will be fully funded.
So in about 16 or 17 years, and we're talking about, I heard the word kicking the can down the road. In about 16 or 17 years, the pension is going to be fully funded. It's going to create what we call out in the accounting world, the pension windfall. And it's going to create a lot of money that's baked into your budget that suddenly becomes available. Now, many towns, and I believe Nantucket has adopted a policy where you're going to use that pension windfall to actually begin funding your OPEB much more aggressively. So in the meantime, and I agree with what the town is doing, you're putting $500,000 in per year. That liability is getting big, but at least you're addressing it. And then down the road, you've got the pension windfall that can, now you start to fully fund it. And hopefully, when I've seen the analysis out there of similar towns where they've had their actuary do the analysis, usually both the pension and the OPEB are funded by about 2050, which is kind of the goal I have in mind when I tell my towns, when you're going through your process, try to get to 2050 fully funded. And I think that's a good place to be financially. But those are just my thoughts on OPEB. We talk about OPEB in every management letter because it's so important. It's a big liability, and I just want to make sure the town is continuing to address this in your strategic meetings.
So we do, as I noted in the responses, we do allocate $500,000 a year through the raise and appropriate function. Admittedly, the treasurer has been somewhat conservative. We have talked to our investment advisor. We use Morgan Stanley about opportunities to direct some of that into potentially more aggressive funding mechanisms to try to be able to increase the discount rate, which would certainly help. The OPEB fund is, so the trust fund is certainly geared towards many years down the road. So it's not, we can be a little bit more aggressive versus a stabilization fund, which we may need sooner rather than later. So you certainly want to be somewhat conservative there. And the state has allowed us to become more aggressive with this, but the treasurer and I have always felt that we're putting taxpayer dollars into this, and it certainly is a very delicate balance between the investment, trying to manage this in a way that generates return, but doesn't in a short term or a very medium term lose principal as well. So it's something that we've looked at. We're continuing discussions with our investment advisor, and we certainly recognize that there may be opportunities to change that investment mix. To Tony's point, I think it was 2 years ago, I presented a request to the board to adopt a policy that would say that after the pension obligation is fully funded in 2038, that we would direct that, I'll call it a windfall. That term doesn't really sound great for me, my finance director position, but we would direct that money into the OPEB trust fund as a way to continue to fund it as well. And one of the other things I'll mention, it's not mentioned on here, but one of the strategies as well is the board remembers at town meeting, they approved a home rule petition to ask the legislature to allow us to issue pension obligation bonds, which is something that may or may not come to fruition, but that would certainly generate annual savings if we were to successfully use that strategy. And those savings could certainly be put forward into OPEB sooner than the 2038 date, which would certainly help in the challenge of reducing that liability.
Any other thoughts, discussion on OPEB?
Matt, did you have any questions or comments?
Well, just, I initiated the extra payments when I was on the finance committee a long time ago, and that has helped. I feel that's a conservative position. If the town has the money to put it in while we can and get to and I agree with Brian, I don't like calling it a windfall, but get to a fully funded position as quickly as possible while times are good, because times will not always be good. Sometimes the government does silly things like, oh, it's costing a lot of money. Well, we'll just keep charging interest and run it longer. And I look at it conservatively, we should be trying to shorten it. We should pay as we go if we ever can get there. And so that's why I bring this up as an issue, because it's, people are relying on it. And it's an important, it's important for us to do the right thing. I wouldn't be, I'm not opposed to having a percentage of it be in the market, in conservative, safe investments. That's where most private businesses have been, and they are certainly down years, but the up years more than make up for it. And so I think that that's something we as a community, you don't need all the money right away. You need it in the future. That's, ideally we could be doing that. And, so in the idea of that Brian was talking about, sort of selling bonds for that is something I support as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Anything else, Brian? Tony?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Go to the next
Anything
slide,
else?
Brian.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so now we come to the part of the presentation where we talk about some of the findings that came up as a result of the audit. The first one is the tax recap. We had a finding on the tax recap, and the tax recap is the way a town gets its tax rate certified at the end of the year. And there's basically two parts to the tax recap. You got your revenues and you've got your expenses or your appropriations. So those have to match. If those don't match, the Department of Revenue will not certify your tax rate. So there's a massive process of pulling all this information together. It involves many members of the finance team, the assessor, the finance director, the town clerk, the town manager. I mean, there's so many individuals involved in the process of pulling all the information together for the tax recap. At the end of the day, you like to have revenues equal expenses, Department of Revenue stamps it, signs it, and you can send your tax bills out. So when we went through the process for fiscal 2020, we found that the town had accidentally omitted some expenses related to the capital improvement or capital articles off of the tax recap. Now, when that happens, what you've got to look at is, had you put the expenses on, were there sufficient revenues to cover those expenses? And there would have been, because the town had a phenomenal year with its excise taxes and permits and all those other sorts of things came in well above schedule. So had the expenses been put on there, you would have still had enough money to cover that problem. So when I brought this to the attention of Brian, he immediately called the Department of Revenue and explained the problem. The DOR, they looked at it and said, you're okay. It looks like you've got a really good year operationally on your revenues. They've come in well above expected. So those expenses, which were appropriated at town meeting, are still, we're not going to force you to redo the tax recap or carry those into the next tax recap. Now, this could have been a different situation back in 2012, 2013, when the town wasn't doing as well financially and its reputation with the Department of Revenue wasn't that great. I can bet you my bottom dollar that the DOR would have had a different response to this sort of error. They would have forced the town to do something else, either raise the money or push it to the next tax recap. But because of the success of the team, DOR said, let's just call this a lesson learned and move forward. So that's where we're at this point. The town has moved forward. The finance director has put controls in place to avoid this from happening in the future, hopefully. The fiscal 21 was put through. Brian sent it to our office to kind of put a second set of eyes on it. Like I said, there's so many individuals looking at this tax recap. There's sometimes you get the forest through the trees. By sending it to our office, we got a clean look at it. So we took a quick couple of hour look at it and said, yeah, everything works. Everything looks like it's there. So I think that's the process that's going to be in place moving forward. So I think that's resolved at this point. Brian, I don't know if you want to have any comments.
No, I mean, I would, certainly the one thing I want to emphasize is that every expenditure was lawfully authorized at the annual town meeting. We did immediately call DOR and we walked them through what happened, and they were satisfied that we did have receipts in to cover those admitted authorized expenditures. We have talked to them about the process that we had utilized. We've talked to them about the revisions to that process. The process now requires myself, the assistant town accountant, and the assessor to sign off on every step of the recap. The recap, as Tony mentioned, is very lengthy. It involves many different individuals all putting information into one spreadsheet that ultimately I do have to submit. So we did add the step of all myself, the assistant town accountant, and the assessor signing off on every page of the recap and every process in the spreadsheets that we put together. And in addition to that, we draft a annual town meeting financial report that we use to input, and we did send that to the auditors along with the recap, and they did review it all, and it did reconcile with everything that happened at town meeting. So it certainly, if we put the expenditures in last year, we certainly would have noticed that that at the recap process that we needed to, that we might have been missing something. It's certainly an error that I am not happy that it happened, but we have taken the steps to correct it, and fiscal 21 the process was utilized and did work. So I do believe that it is an issue that will not happen again. The one thing that I will point out is DOR did say to me that it happens more frequently than most people probably realize that these things happen. And it's an acknowledgement that there's many, many steps in this process. And a lot of it happens at the very last minute because you need to have the various departments at DOR approving and certifying various sheets that all feed into the recap. So it's, unfortunately, I don't want to say that I'm unfortunate that it happened, but it certainly, we've done the best we can to create a process that will prevent it from happening in the future.
Okay, next comment was just on the closing process. And I kind of expected this comment, just a very difficult close with everything that was going on and limitations in the buildings and working remotely and the whole CARES Act, the FEMA that popped in after the CARES Act, and the DLS changing their opinion every week about how to account for it. So when we went through the closing process, we did find some things that had not been done in accordance with the way the Division of Local Services would have wanted them done. So, so felt we needed to report it, but it is something that happened in a lot of places this past year, just because of what was going on in the country and the world at that time. So I think with the new grants and the new processes, I think the transparency with the state's been a lot better. The direction from the state's been a lot better. So I fully expect this next closing process to be much more efficient and cleaner from a journal entry standpoint.
So a great majority of the observation really in my discussions with Tony was really around the CARES Act. And as Tony mentioned, a lot of the initial guidance was a moving target on what was allowed, what wasn't allowed. And throughout the process, we were doing journal entries if we found that we could actually charge expenditures to the CARES Act that were in the general fund budgets or even in some of the enterprise fund budgets. And during the close, there was certainly some guidance that changed that led us to potentially not have all of the expenses journaled out prior to the audit. We did propose journal entries to clean it up, but as with the audit, once we hand them the trial balance, if we propose an entry, it certainly, Tony and I have a conversation about it. And I certainly think with COVID that this close process was a little bit different. Certainly trying with staff coming back in the middle of May, it certainly compressed the time that we had to get everything done by June 30th and then prepare for the audit. So I certainly expect that this close process for fiscal 21 will certainly be a lot smoother. And I do not expect those types of issues in this close.
Okay, next comment just relates to the DESI chart of accounts. So each year we have to go through an audit of the school expenses. It's a separate audit, agreed upon procedures. And the department, DESI is the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. They provide us with a checklist, basically, of things we have to go through to sign off on the report and send it to them. And they came up with some new checklist items. One was the way the chart of accounts are configured and the way they prefer them to be configured. And unfortunately, Nantucket's chart of accounts do not conform to the way DESI would like them to conform. Not saying they're incorrect. This is all about geography. The expenses are still accurate. They're still there. They were incurred. They're just not presented the way DESI would like them presented. So we put out this recommendation to Brian and Martin over at the school department. And unfortunately, it's not going to be a simple fix. It requires some aggressive engineering of the Munis database, which isn't going to happen overnight. And you may need a consultant, a Munis consultant to come in and also help with the process. So I expect this to still be a finding for at least the next year. I know Martin is very supportive of trying to fix this along with Brian, and hopefully it does get done as time allows. And again, this isn't saying the expenses are inaccurate. It's just the presentation and the geography of the way they are located in your system.
To follow up with that, Martin and I have talked at least a few times about this. We're currently working to try to understand ourselves how many accounts this affects and how we may go about this. It's important to note that their entire chart of accounts is linked into our chart of accounts, which was designed for our Schedule A reporting, and it's all linked. So as I explained to the audit committee, and Tony and I have had a conversation about this, this most likely is going to extend into fiscal 22. And since many communities are faced with the same this same comment or observation that we are, and many of those very same communities use Munis, it's going to be probably a little bit to get Munis to be able to work with us to do this, because it is going to, we need to work with them to see if we can do a wholesale relinking and pointing of the accounts necessary in the school, or whether it may be better to just redo the entire chart of accounts within the school side and then link that into the town. So it's certainly important, because it's important for the school's end of year report to be to accurately point to the way that Department of Education would like the expenses. But it's certainly something that I don't think is going to happen in the next 3 to 6 months. It most likely will take a full 12-month cycle to get this done and implemented.
Okay, next is water inventory procedures. And basically this is down at the water department or water company. And it's actually a comment from 2019, but I thought it was important enough to carry it forward because I'm not sure anything was really done with this due to the pandemic. You know, we were kind of just putting these results out, and then the pandemic hit, and then other things took a priority. So I just wanted to make sure it didn't get lost in the process. But the previous audit committee had asked us to kind of look at inventories around town to see if there's good controls and good safeguarding and good security. And the first one we took a look at was was down at the water department, because they've got some valuable inventory down there. And so we did do a brief outline of what we thought they could do better, like doing counts more often, reducing access to the inventory room, or limiting access to the inventory room, and things like that. So so hopefully that, I know we did this with Heidi, who was the previous admin down there, and now that she retired actually. So the new individual who I have yet to meet yet, hopefully that they can look at this and implement some procedures around the inventory. And what we'll do is we'll do some other ones as we go, like maybe take a look at Public Works and some of the other ones that have some a high inventory of supplies, just to make sure that those are all being safeguarded the way they should be. Any
So
questions on that?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So we will continue to work with the water company to, we were working towards cycle counting the inventory on a either a monthly or a quarterly basis. My recommendation to them was quarterly in the past. So we are working towards that, and we will work with them on implementing some of the other recommendations that can be implemented with this. But as Tony mentioned during the transition, I think this was something that is something that will be a work in progress into this fiscal year right now.
Okay, next slide, Brian, unless there's any questions. Okay, abatement accounts. This is one where we all celebrated when it came out. The Municipal Modernization Act in 2000 and fiscal 2017 allowed you to combine all your abatement accounts. So instead of having 40 years worth of abatements accounts, and abatement accounts are when you set your tax rate, the DOR allows you a certain amount of money that you can raise that will offset any taxes that you will abate. So you abate a tax and it goes against that particular account. If you don't use it all, it kind of sits on the books, and then you get to call it overlay release, and you can use it, put it into free cash, or use it for some capital improvement. Well, Nantucket had accounts going back 30 or 40 years. So this was great that the DOR allowed you to combine these. I noticed that they were still separated on the books last year, so I made the recommendation to let's eliminate all these accounts. Let's put them in one. The other benefit is if you have a deficit in a particular account, say 1999 has a deficit, but 2000 has a surplus. Well, in the past, you'd have to go to town meeting to raise that deficit. Now you can just offset it against your surpluses. So it makes the whole management of your abatements much, much more efficient. So from what I understand, Brian has consolidated all those. This is fixed. So when we come in 2021, there will be one account instead of 30 or 40 accounts. That's really does a good job of cleaning up the general ledger.
It has been fixed, and when we turn the trial balance over to them for the audit, it will reflect only one abatement account.
Okay. Next is something that's been on the management letter for a couple of years. It's getting close to getting taken off. But when we first started doing the audit, I mean, there were personal property taxes going back to the 1970s, 1980s, like 40 years. $18, $25, $200, just very minor amount. But all it was really doing was cluttering the general ledger. So we had made a recommendation, and the same thing with motor vehicle, just going back years and years and years. Motor vehicle, we didn't have as big of a problem with, because back then you had all the assignment, you had to go to the registry to clear out your old motor vehicle excise and your registrations and things like that. So you could tag all that stuff and eventually collect it. Well, the DOR the state only keeps 10 years worth of information now. So they purged everything else. So if you're trying to collect something from 1992, you're not going to get it unless you go after the individual yourself. So what we're suggesting here, what we have suggested is just going through an abatement process and abating all these small accounts, literally 30 to 40 years worth of motor vehicle and personal property. And I think there might've been some boat in there, and just cleaning up the general ledger further so you have less maintenance. A lot of that is starting to happen. It's not an easy process. You still have to go through a legal process. It's not a matter of just writing it off the books. You have to go through a process, and you have to work with the assessor to make it happen. But slowly but surely, we're seeing those items diminish to the point where if we see a lot of progress this year, we're probably going to just remove this as a management letter comment going forward.
So when this first showed up, the focus was on motor vehicle receivables, motor vehicle excise tax. It was many years old, stuff that couldn't be marked at the registry, or we do mark everything now at the registry, so we do get collection because it prevents you from registering or renewing your registration. We did go the exercise of writing off or removing many years of older receivables. And if somebody comes in to pay the bill, then we create a bill to pay it if they suddenly show up. Most likely many of these too related to people moving out of state and never turning their plates in or whatnot, or keeping it active for a period of time. So motor vehicle excise, we have done a lot of work in. Personal property is something that we're starting to focus on with the new assessor. It's a little bit lengthier of a process because the assessor here has to certify in personal property that it's uncollectible, and we have to go through a process with DOR. So the hope is to have made progress. As I explained to the audit committee, most likely this is a year-over-year process that will continue. It's something that will never really cease because every year we'll have 1 year longer that we want to review. So this is something that I certainly hope we can remove, but I certainly recognize that this is going to be a year-over-year process. And even if it does get removed, it's not something that we'll stop reviewing and clean up to the extent we can. But we have made progress and we're continuing to work on it to make more progress to clean it up and really eliminate the things that most likely are not collectible at this point, or where we won't be able to collect at this point.
Okay, the next comment relates to the tipping fees that are collected at the landfill. Some of them are getting old. The ability to go out and collect those is it's difficult, especially where they're being collected by a department that's really not a collection department. You know, you have a collectors department at town hall. They're professionally educated to collect money. They know what the enforcement actions are on collecting money. So we had suggested moving the tipping fees collection process over to the town hall, and just to make that process more efficient, and I think to realize more funds. I believe the town is surveying this and seeing if this makes sense, or if they agree with us, great. If not, we will remove it. We'll remove this going forward if you believe the process you have in place now is working.
We have talked to the DPW. I have talked with the DPW director, and the likely recommendation is going to be to move the collections to the collector's office downstairs. I can tell you that any time that there's an outstanding balance that we can lean to a tax bill, either a residential or a commercial tax bill, we do, which does ensure collection. Some of this is balancing between people that are coming from off island to do jobs and go up to the landfill to dump the material, and then we have to chase them for a period of time. So it's a balance between allowing people to charge versus having to pay large bills all at once, versus it ending up hopefully in the landfill and not elsewhere. So we are reviewing as well the process that the DPW is currently using to try to minimize the length of time that receivables are on the books. So it is something that we're working on, and I believe the ultimate recommendation is going to be that the finance department, take on the collection of those tip fees.
Okay, next comment just relates to the multiple bank accounts, and this has gotten better over the years. I think there was, oh God, close to 100 at one point. There's been an effort to consolidate these and basically consolidate where you can, reduce the maintenance and handling of bank accounts where you can. With new things happening at the state, you're opening a bank account, as Brian had mentioned earlier in the audit committee meeting, you're opening one and closing one. So it's hard in an operation the size and complication of Nantucket to get it down to a handful of bank accounts, but just consolidate where you can. Those that are stagnant, that have been kind of just earning a little bit of interest and don't have much activity, maybe you can consolidate it with another one. It is happening. I'm seeing it getting lower, and hopefully that process continues. And
nothing else to add, Tony.
Okay, and then the last is payroll tests. So this is a comment from 2019. We had done a test, a more detailed test of the personnel files. What we do is we cycle audit personnel files to make sure all the forms are in there. And we found out of 25 that we tested that the town was missing some I-9s and missing the state ethics certifications. So, and it was in a big enough proportion that we put it in as a recommendation that maybe the town can do its own internal audit of those files. And we will revisit this in 2021 to see if it's gotten to a much, out of 25, you might expect one. I think we had like 9 or 10 exceptions through our sampling, which was a high rate. So hopefully that goes much lower when we look at it in 2021.
We have worked with HR, and the treasurer's worked with the payroll staff here to work on this, and it would be my expectation that during the fiscal 21 audit that this will be not an issue.
Okay, I think that's the last of the comments. I do want to add that there were no material weaknesses. There were no significant deficiencies. So that's important to note. These are findings that can be addressed. They can be addressed pretty quickly for the most part. And so I expect to see a lot of these fixed. And again, nothing like that was here years ago. It's just gotten so much better. The management letter is much smaller. Nantucket is you've got a bunch of enterprise funds. You've got a nursing facility. You've got an airport. You got multiple water departments. There's just a lot going on in Nantucket. So when we come in to do an audit, something's gonna pop up. It happens. It's gonna happen, and you can't possibly cover all of that. It's impossible. So we will never have a management letter that has no comments, because then I don't think we've done our job if we have a management letter that has 0 comments. So if I get one, I'll have to go try to find a comment. But no, in all seriousness, it's really progressed well. It's been fun being part of this turnaround, really, from where it was to where it is now, and the AAA, the CAFR. It's a good group, a really good group to work with, and everyone's motivated. And when we do make recommendations with the tax recap process, when I told Brian, within 5 minutes, he was on the phone with the Department of Revenue. I got to fix this. I can't have this. I got to fix it. So he's looking for a solution right away. And I think that's very important. So.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Brian. I'll get you in a second, Matt. Brian, you said when we got that AAA rating, you're very modest about it. You said it's a great thing, but it's going to be really hard to keep it. So I think this fine tuning every year is really good to keep it. So I always remember you saying that, Brian.
Thank you.
Matt?
Yeah, I was going to say something similar. Where we are now is light years from where we were. And, Brian and your department and, and Tony, you guys all deserve a lot of, and Libby for doing this, deserve a ton of praise. It is just, light years different. And I want to thank everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Any other comments from the select board? Okay. It's okay. I'm going to sneak in Bruce Mandel. He wanted to make a comment about the PFAS, but I missed it. So he's going to put his hand up, and I asked if Erica, you could put the slide up from Chuck Larson. And I know Bruce is going to be really, really quick on what he wants to say. Go ahead, Bruce.
Thank you very much. Dear members of the select board, please focus on the right column of this chart, the UMass PFAS testing. You will notice in the first column, on the first row, the purpose of this program is in part to identify the sources and how to control and reduce it. This is an important program. We know that we have PFAS in the co-composting at the landfill because there was an informal test done that showed it. And we're very pleased that this item is not publicly distributed, but it is kept at the back of the land house, and it's possible that it's leaching into groundwater. along with elements of the unlined, unmined cell. We've been putting PFAS materials in that unlined cell for decades. We didn't know it had PFAS. And I've discussed this with Chuck. You'll notice that this program down at the bottom, the second to last box at the bottom of the column, this program is anticipating 20 to 40 homes to be sampled island-wide. At the end of May, there were over 80 applications for this program, and at the end of June, there were over 100. So we want to make sure that somehow the samplings come from down gradient locations from the landfill. The program is being subcontracted to UMass. There's a young recent graduate that is responsible for the Cape and Islands, and he's working very hard at this. There's money for more testing. I'd like to suggest we ask for more test sampling. They don't anticipate sending anyone down to take samples. They want us to take our own samples and send them back. So they're saving money in that regard. And when I spoke to them, they suggested that if the select board or the town administration would formally request an increase to the number of samples, that might be a possibility. So I'd like to request that the select board and or town administration formally write to Mass DEP and UMass that we have more sampling and that more sampling be done down gradient from the landfill to try to identify that as a potential source. We already have wells in Nantucket that have tested positive for PFAS, and we want to eliminate all possible sources. So I would ask that the select board please indulge in that simple letter writing to increase the sampling.
Thank you, Bruce. Chuck, did you want to comment at all? You don't have to, but I just wanted to give you a chance.
No, I appreciate that comment by Bruce, and that's the first I've heard of being able to formally increase the number of samples. I think this is something Roberto and I can work on and reach out to Mass DEP and try to get more information about this. And I appreciate that information, Bruce.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Chuck. We're going to move on to the next agenda item.
Okay, next agenda item is review of the 2021 police reform legislation implementation for the Nantucket Police Department. This legislation was enacted in early 2021. Subsequent to that, the chief and I have had some various conversations about developing an implementation plan. We've included our DEI director, Kamal McCarthy, our human services director, Amanda Perry, and we've talked a little bit with Labor Council. The chief is going to just take us through not every single item contained in the legislation because it's quite extensive, but more the main things that are going to be facing the town, some of the items included in the legislation are things we've already been doing even before the legislation was enacted. Some are things we are in the process of doing and complying with. There are other things that we will need to comply with. And there are some things that are simply not settled yet by the state. So Chief, you want to just take us through a bit of an overview?
Sure. Good evening. What Libby mentions, I want to start first with the things that we've been doing. Much of the legislation has the perception that it deals with use of force by police officers. As we all know, this came about as a result of the national reckoning that happened after the Floyd murder in Minneapolis. And while this legislation, which did take effect on December 31st of 2020, does have changes and requirements that must be put into policies for police use of force, effectively, most of those changes have already been in place here in Massachusetts, but particularly here at the Nantucket Police Department. We started years ago working with different programs. We've had CIT program, crisis intervention training. All of our officers were trained in that more than a dozen years ago. ICAT was another program that we came that we started participating in. It's called Integrated Communications Assessment and Tactics. Back in 2016 or 2017, I believe it was, we made that the basis for our use of force training. And there's a lot of talk about de-escalation techniques and the training that's going to be required for that. Effectively, ICAT is de-escalation techniques. So, you know, Nantucket PD has been ahead of the curve, I think, in a lot of this. That being said, it does require that we put certain things in policy, different statements. For instance, a statement that chokeholds are prohibited. Well, we've never allowed chokeholds. We didn't think we had to tell people that, but we apparently do. We'll put it in the policy. We have to put into the policy that de-escalation techniques must first be tried before deadly force is employed, if possible. And that as well is something that we've engaged in a long time ago. Another thing that has to be put into policy is that we have a duty to intervene. We have to put that into our policy. That's been case law in Massachusetts as long as I've been here, if not longer, that police officers have a duty to intervene when another officer, another person's using force that's excessive. So these kinds of changes, while they sound really big changes to everything, they're really not that earth-shattering for our department because they've been in place. So basically, this legislation affects us in two different ways. It affects us because the department has to become certified by an organization called POST, Police Officers Standards and Training, and the police officers themselves have to become certified as police officers. Now, that's a two-step process. The POST certification for the department is, we don't know how that's going to happen yet, because this was supposed to happen by July 1st, but POST effectively does not exist as of July or yet. They're still putting it together. So, but the legislation required that a department there's about a dozen different policies in place, things about transportation of prisoners, use of force, internal investigations, bias-free policing, etc. We've got all of those policies in place and have had for a number of years. We have to modify some of them to meet the new language or the additional wording that have been added by the legislation, like in the area of bias policing. There's certain definitions that they've added to that definition of bias policing that we have to change. And when you do change a policy, you also have to two considerations. One is, do I have to bargain the impact and the implementation of this change with the union? This bill didn't exempt us from any of those requirements, to my knowledge. I think we still have to make, in some areas, we have to do some bargaining. But that being said, we also have to look at the change, and we have to train the officers about that change. Even if it's just a simple word, it may require training. So the process for that to happen is, once the policy's developed, which I've been working on diligently for a number of weeks and months now, those policies are now being reviewed by the different groups in the department that would do that. For instance, if something's going to require training, I have a group of officers who handle our training. They're reviewing it now to see what they're going to need to be able to train the rest of the officers on this. Sometimes we can do it internally. Sometimes it's going to require a professional with a particular skill set to be employed to come in and do it. Sometimes it might be training that the state will provide through the MPTC, the Municipal Police Training Committee. So all of that's got to be sorted out. Our in-service that we do every year, which is 40 hours of minimum training, the state mandates what most of that training is. They're rolling a lot of this training that's going to be required as a result of the bill into their in-service offerings. So we've already got basically a one-year start on that when this started coming about. So, you know, a lot of the things in this bill are strongly supported by police chiefs in Massachusetts. I think probably the only thing that creates concern for me and a lot of police chiefs, it's, you know, this bill was negotiated by a small group of representatives and senators and didn't have any real input from practitioners into it. And while it incorporates a lot of a vast majority of things we wanted to see, the timelines are kind of out of whack. For instance, these things that were supposed to be in place on July 1st, there's no way for it to be in place yet. You know, those things just create stress in the implementation, but we're working through that. Different areas where it's going to affect us, and you know, there's certain requirements that are being imposed for hiring of police officers. While we're not a civil service department, the state has a commission that was created as a result of this bill to study civil service, and as part of that, they're also studying non-civil service hiring procedures to see if any changes need to be made. But at the very least, they've imposed certain testing requirements on new police officers. They're saying now that we have to have police officers, for instance, we have to have them tested with a psychological based test before we hire them. We already do that. We have our applicants go through a psychological screening by a professional in that field, but now that has to be done by an MPTC or a post-certified or approved person, not somebody that we may have been, and it may be the same person in the end, but we don't know what it's going to be yet. But so those types of requirements are now in there that we have to work through. What I'm afraid is it's going to slow up the hiring process a little bit going through it. We have to redo our school resource officer agreement with the school. Now, we just did that a year ago, right? When the new superintendent started, we went through a new process of updating our school resource officer agreement. And I would say it probably incorporates 95%, if not more, of the things that are in the new legislation. There's simple little things like now the school has to formally request our officers to participate or to be in their school every year. The superintendent has to send me a letter saying we want the school resource officers there. That's a little change that we have to add to the agreement. But there's a commission or committee or whatever it's called that's been formed as a result of this bill that's going to study the entire school resource officer programs, make recommendations for improvements, changes, deletions, whatever. And I expect there'll be a new requirement coming soon for a new agreement we'll have to enter into the school. These agreements do things like they restrict the sharing of information between what an officer learns at the school and the department or other agencies. For instance, sharing information that a student may be involved in a gang. That we cannot share that information anymore with our school resource officers. Whether, you know, their immigration status, their family status, things like that. None of that information can be shared between the department and SROs. That's already in our agreements. But these are the requirements that will definitely be affecting all school resource officers in Massachusetts. Another change is going to be, that may be significant for the town, is there's a commission that's looking at emergency hospitalizations. Right now, we can, under Section 12 and other parts of the law, we can put a person into protective custody and have them, you know, require them to go to a hospital, take them to a hospital for treatment because there are risks to themselves or others. We don't know what kind of changes are going to come, but what we do know is the trend is to get law enforcement out of situations that are known behavioral health issues, because there's anytime, for instance, a police officer is involved with a person who's exhibiting some of these behaviors, there's a 16% chance that deadly force may become involved in the interaction with that case.
Chief, did you say 16 or 60?
16, 1-6. So, which doesn't sound high, but that is a high risk, and you know, the police officers know it. I think we have a problem here in that oftentimes the most deadly situation is the one that you're most comfortable with, the one that you've gone to repeatedly, and it's always been the same outcome, and everything happens. Well, we have that situation here on numerous occasions. We've dealt with individuals repeatedly, and so you get too comfortable that it'll always turn out the way it used to be, and something changes, and it turns out to be tragic. So in any event, what we are afraid of is that this commission is going to come out with guidelines and rules to be implemented into state law that is going to dictate how communities handle these things. Well, past experience here is these rules they come up with and these great ideas work great in Boston, where they've got all kinds of resources. They're a lot more challenging for a community like ours. And so we are going to have to look at alternative ways of responding to some calls. That'll mean the fire department will probably have to pick up some of the responsibilities on some of these medical or behavioral health calls, because they're considered a public health problem rather than a criminal problem. It may mean that we're going to have to invest in some clinicians or something to be co-responders with us. We don't know what the rules are going to end up being, but there's a potential exposure there for the community, I think. We have to implement new rules and guidelines and training regarding crowd management. If we have to deal with any type of demonstration, and when people think about demonstrations, you think about what you see in some of these major cities. In theory, protests of any size can be considered a demonstration, and this law requires certain reporting things to the state, and it requires certain standards to be in place for the use of, and prohibitions against the use of things like tear gas and rubber bullets and things like that, which are not things we have, okay, here. But we're going to have policies and make sure that those things are in place dealing with these types of things. So it's a lot of work. It's a lot of areas. It's a lot of impact. It seems overwhelming at times, but it's something we're behind. 100% committed to getting them. I've come up with a list of 25 action items that I think the department needs to do. And I've outlined that list and assigned different people to do various parts of it. The hardest part, as I said, was where there was things that had a March 1st deadline. There's nobody to give the information to. So we've got piles of folders over here, for instance, of internal investigations we have to provide to post. And the law requires us to provide it to them, but we don't know who to give it to yet, and we don't know what format they want it in yet. So, and it was due July 1st. So, so we're still waiting for that to occur, but we are committed to doing it. And it's going. Oh, and another area I need to mention is the impact, especially in the use of force restrictions, is going to impact others in the community, not just the town. I already know, because of the way that the people think use of force is using firearms, batons, things like that, tasers. It's not. It's about, it can be as benign as telling somebody to do something. If it's done by a police officer, it can be considered a forceful act. Applying handcuffs, restraint techniques, things like that are uses of force. And we, as a matter of, it was almost routine, we were doing standbys at the hospital for patients they had that were behavioral health issues. They may have been, they needed treatment, but they were not necessarily under control. And we would spend a lot of time and man hours watching these patients for the hospital. They're going to have to hire their own security or their own people to do that, because the situation, the risk to the town for us to have to use force on somebody who's not under arrest in that situation is just too great of a risk for the community to assume on behalf of a private organization. And so we've already provided them notice. They're in the process of securing the appropriate staff, getting the appropriate training from their sister hospital up there, Mass General, and to get us out, and to get us out of that potential liability. But those are the unintended consequences, I think, of the bill, is it will affect some other areas where we used to do something a certain way. We no longer will be able to do that. And I'm sure we'll talk more about that in the future. If there's any questions.
Any questions for Chief from the board? Christy?
Thank you. I have a couple questions and comments. I recently attended a webinar from the Mass Municipal Association, to a little webinar on the reform. And I first think it's really great to hear that Nantucket has already embraced these reforms and implemented a lot of these changes prior to this even being put into law. A lot of the concerns from other towns was the hesitancy from their chiefs to embrace these changes. One of the other things they mentioned is providing enough emotional support, that our police officers are kind of dealing with crisis after crisis after crisis, and some police departments don't always provide that emotional support. So that's one of my questions, is how are we supporting our police officers, and is that something that we've incorporated? And the second, oh, you can answer that first.
Okay, actually, it's one of my 25 points. One of the things that departments have to do is you're required to participate in and update your policies relative to critical incident, stress management, and peer support programs. Now, one of the things about Nantucket, we're on a good side with this, but we're on a bad side with this. The bad side is our geographical separation from resources. So things don't necessarily filter out here very quickly. In other words, we have a critical incident. The last thing you want is your own team debriefing your own people on that. Okay, you need to call another team. Now the Cape is putting together a team. So they'll be, and we're part of the LEC on the Cape. The firefighters on the Cape already have a team together. They're joining up with the law enforcement departments over there to make the LEC, which we're part of, have access to this team. So that's how we're going to get our critical incident stress part out of it. Now, the part we're ahead on is we've been dealing with Kevin Marshall's have been very active in this. He's very active in the behavioral health community, excuse me. And he has been very active at making sure that we're cognizant of the resources that are available. We provided training on mental health, on I can't remember all the acronyms and names anymore, on stuff to the officers. We've made training available, additional training available to those that want it. And we've made, one thing I'm looking at is Yarmouth is probably on the Cape, they're probably the leader between Yarmouth and Chatham. It's tough to decide which one's better, but they've even gone so far as to offer periodic visits with police psychologists at the department's expense on the department's time. We haven't figured out how to make that happen out here yet in a way that would be useful, but it's something we're looking at. So it is it's actually the one of the action items I have on my list. I expect we'll see some things on that in the next 6 months or so start to unfold.
Thank you. And through you, Jason, a couple more. One of the other things that was discussed is, checking off the box to doing a lot of the training, but actually trying to move the dial and changing the culture. And I'm wondering, is there anything in these changes that will be collecting data or community input on how we're policing our community and kind of what the relations are between the police department and our community? Or is that something that we're already doing?
We're kind of already doing that in the sense that I have to admit, it's taken a lull because of the COVID situation. Before COVID, I had a pretty active VIP program, volunteers in policing, and one or two of those members were assigned to contact people who had filed police reports and just get some basic information that included customer satisfaction, complaints, things like that. And, you know, and then Sergeant Marshall would compile that data and make a report on it. But since COVID, the VIP program's been suspended, and we haven't yet got it back up going again. And so that will be going again. It's on my list of things to get done. And I expect we'll see that. As far as formally as part of the police legislation, there's nothing in there that I'm aware of that deals with that specifically, but I think that issue's more towards just good management. And changing the culture is, you know, you know, I came from a different culture, and so I know what it was, and it wasn't that good of a culture as far as law enforcement relationship in the community. But one of the reasons I felt compelled to leave where I was I didn't like the community and department response, and I was big into community relations back there in my former town. And here I see an entirely different, for the most part, relationship with the community. There's always going to be labor issues that create some friction. There's always going to be that. There's always going to be a certain incident that might be, you know, because we're restricted in what we can say about things without compromising a potential case. We're behind the 8 ball. For instance, the African Meeting House case. There's 100 things I'd love to say about that case that I can't. If every time I did talk about it, I ended up before a grand jury testifying as to why I said something. You know, we just are behind the 8 ball, and until that changes, I don't know how we'll ever change some of those relationships. You know, a person accused of a crime can waive their right to talk about it. They can talk about all they want to. Certain things I can't say about it, just because they have rights. So it puts us at kind of an odd position there. But, you know, for the most part, I think we've had very few of these controversial situations like that. And I think in the end, over time, you find out what the real answers are on them. And I think the community does heal from that. But, you know, I don't know what else to answer to that question. But I do, trust me, we do take community input and stuff very seriously.
Thank you. And maybe that's something that the select board could incorporate into our strategic plan, or, you know, something as we move forward with talking about race and equity in our community, making sure that we have a really good relationship between our police force and our community. One of the last things, more of a comment that was part of this webinar, was discussing practicing procedural justice, which is something I hadn't heard before the webinar. But that's really trying to spread the transparency of what you're doing as you're dealing with the community. And so, you know, talked about when you're pulling somebody over for speeding in a neighborhood, it's not just walking up to the car and saying license and registration, but explaining we're in a residential neighborhood and you were speeding, you know, did you know you were speeding? This is why I pulled you over. And more of that, building a relationship before creating tension and friction. And I was just wondering, is that something that our police force is also looking at, or something that it's part of this reform?
It's actually part of the ICAT philosophy there. It's all about de-escalation, and communication is the number one thing. If you notice in ICAT, communications, assessment, and tactics, communication's number one. So if you can communicate, you generally don't have to employ any unusual tactics. Okay, but if there's a breakdown in communication at the beginning, now realistically, the breakdown can occur on either side. And one of the things that we did here, you know, body cameras is a good example of something that is kind of on fire in the Commonwealth right now, because, you know, in the United States, everybody wants their police officers to wear body cameras, you know, and why? It's because we can show people what really happened here and there. You know, if you're on the, depends on what side of the argument you're on, you think the body camera will support your argument. the reality is, I've been here 16 going on 17 years. We've had cruiser cameras since before I was here. I don't know when they first got them, but up until a year or so ago, we were only one of a dozen departments in Massachusetts that had cruiser cameras, and hardly anybody had body cameras, if anybody. And then everybody started doing them as experiments or trials. And I think body cameras are a real good option. But I think what's wrong with it right now, why I'm not running forward saying we ought to have them tomorrow, is because the state's got a commission as part of this bill that's going to come out with rules as to what you have to do with them, how the data retention, whether you got to turn them on and off at what point, what time, when, all this. So until those rules come out, why would I sit down with the union and try to negotiate something when I don't know what game we're playing yet? So, as soon as the rules come out, then we'll have to sit down with the union, bargain the impact and implementation, and then we can go forward and get the cameras. Although I'm starting the process budget-wise to make sure we can do that. So we can get them in a year or so. But going back to the original answer, the sergeants are charged with, they're supposed to review the body cam or the cruiser camera video periodically. They can't review everything because that's all they would do. But they have certain number of officers under their command. They're supposed to periodically review a traffic stop or some other interaction. And if they see a problem, they're supposed to talk to the officer about it. And when I see a problem or say a problem, we'll get complaints about officers on traffic stops. Well, and I'll say, well, what did they do? Well, they were rude. Well, did they call you names? Did they do this? Did they do that? No, what it usually is, and 9 times out of 10, is they were rigid. Okay. They were very just the facts, ma'am, type things. And they don't realize it until you look at the cruiser camera and you listen to them and you show it to them and say, see, this is how that person perceived you. And they don't realize it. They think they're being efficient. They think they're being, just given the facts. That way there's no confusion about what happened. And they're done. And so we've used that as a tool for a long time, especially if we get a person that's got several complaints. First thing we'll do is talk to the sergeant, say, you need to review their traffic stops more. You need to say, sit down with them, review those things, and point out the things that you see that somebody else might be interpreting different than what the officer's doing it. And I think it's been very effective. We don't get very many complaints, honestly. And when I do, I don't have trouble with the officers being willing to come forward and tell us what happened and admit when they've gone wrong on something. That happens. It does happen on human interactions. There's misinterpretations. And what becomes a problem is when both sides, put their foot in the ground and they hold their ground no matter what. I rarely have that happen here. The officers, most of the time, understand their contribution to that situation going south. And they're willing to be retrained and listen about that. So, I think that never happened where I was before. It just simply didn't happen in the city. So.
Thank you. And thank you for letting me ask all those questions.
Anybody else?
Thanks, Christy. So my internet connection is really bad. Any other questions or comments from the board? Oh man, I'm frozen.
We can hear you.
You're fine. You're not frozen on this end at all.
Okay. I can hear you now. Sorry, everyone, you guys all froze on my end. Sorry, did anybody else have any questions? I didn't see any hands. Okay, I had a couple. Christy, thank you, Chief. This has been really helpful. The 25 action items, is it all driven by the state? Are there things in there that you kind of wanted to do that you're adding to it?
No.
Reform.
My 25 action items are strictly out of the reform bill because it's such a massive bill. I've got to get that stuff done. I already know there are certain things that have, I've thought about additional. But, there's one thing to think about. One thing there has not been a lack of, and that's offers for training. People coming here offering to come here and do particular training for officers and this stuff and that. We've got to be very careful with that, because when it comes to police training, anybody that trains them has to understand they may be subpoenaed to come to trial to defend their training in the event that what they trained that officer is a part or partial to a situation that went wrong. And if you understand what I'm saying, like somebody might come, they have a great idea for a de-escalation technique, okay, but it hasn't been vetted by the MPTC, who controls training for police officers in Massachusetts. They come here and they give us this training. It sounds, oh yeah, it's just one more tool for your tool belt, so to speak. But in reality, it's not, because if that officer relies on something that hadn't been vetted at that level by recognized experts, then we all could be at risk, higher risk. So, we got to be careful how far we venture off the reservation from what the guidelines that are coming out from the MPTC and post and everything else at some point.
Thank you, Chief. I like that you brought the attention of things like body cameras. There's a process to that. There's collective bargaining, there's unions, you just can't snap a finger and start it next month. So I think that's good for everybody to know. I was thinking, cultures like, police departments and, military, and, there's a stigma around getting, therapy or mental health, training or access. And maybe with telehealth becoming more prominent, that might be easier for police departments in general, because it's private. That's just a thought I had listening to you and talking about Sergeant Marshall and all the different things that he's doing in the community. Yeah,
I think it's a tough subject for a lot of people, not just police officers, but it's definitely in my almost 40 years in this business, I've seen it come full circle, in how it's reacted. And I think things are getting better in that area.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Anyone else? Last comments? Okay. Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next we've got an update from Natural Resources as to an aquaculture licensee and a hearing that was held back on May 12th. The licensee was given additional time to comply, and the Natural Resources Director, there he is, Jeff, is going to give us an update and hopefully determine next steps here.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the time today, and welcome back to the big chair, Jason, after a couple of years of being away. But it's nice to see everybody. So just a quick update. I know we had met in May about 2 aquaculture licenses held by Ted Lambrecht, and we had flagged them as not being worked for the previous 3 years and brought them to SHAB and then to you guys for revocation since they were not being actively worked. The board at that point granted a kind of a 45-day extension to bring those leases back into compliance. And to update that, the day for that compliance, the 45 days expired on June the 27th. That was the day that we were able to note Mr. Lambrecht's boat entering the water for the first time up in Pulpus Harbor. Our inspections up on the lease site since then haven't seen any real noticeable change in the gear unless something happened, obviously this afternoon, but we haven't seen anything that's there. And we would still mark that site as not being in compliance and would still like to pursue moving that license to an individual who's going to work those leases. So we'd look to still possibly revoke that license. I believe Ted was on if you guys are interested in hearing from him, but that's kind of our update on the subject.
Sure. Go ahead, Ted, if you'd like to speak.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I had the boat go to the boatyard, and Roger wasn't able to get to it until after Memorial Day. As soon as I got it out of his yard, I dumped it in, and I run into just a slight difficulty in the hydraulic system that drives the pressure washer pump, and I'm in the process of repairing that at the moment. And so it's been a short period of time since that. As soon as that's in order, why I can go forward with all the procedures. I can actually pull the gear, but I really can't clean it up. I prefer to clean it up with the pressure washer system and all that. But I really haven't had the time on the water yet to get at that stuff. So I was set back quite a bit just from the fact I couldn't get the boat in the water until after Roger was done with it. It's going to take some time to get that gear up and cleaned up and out all around. And really, to go forward with it from a financial standpoint, I've got to be able to set seed for next year. It's not an instant turnover from anything. It's a 3-year turnaround in some cases, if you can shorten that period of time if you get larger seed. But it's going to take some time to get that gear up and out. And I'm just whacking away at it. That's why I just keep going at it. So
Thank you, Ted.
I'm looking to have some time to get the job done. I just want to get the work done personally.
Thank you, Ted. Is there any questions or comments from the board for Jeff or for Ted? Melissa? You're muted, Melissa. Or I can't hear you for whatever reason. Now you're technically muted. Can anybody else hear? Or was that just me?
Yeah. I can't hear her.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
It's very quiet.
Okay, never mind. I'll pass.
Oh, that's better. It got louder.
Okay.
Yeah, there.
All right. I don't know. I guess if I click mute and unmute several times, it works. Ted, when you say it's going to take you some time to get the gear cleaned up, how much time are you talking?
It's really difficult for me to put a time. I've been estimating times on everything from the word go. Had I been allowed last year in April when I presented this thing to Jeff, that was my intent, but I was told not to touch the gear. All that gear would have been out last year. I would have had seed in, blah, 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 all the way around. In the interim, because of the delay, I tore the boat apart and reconfigured a lot of stuff. And so hence the huge delay over the winter, over everything. But I've been going at it full bore ahead and damn the torpedoes. I'm still going at it. But I can't really put a time figure on exactly how much time it's going to take until I get a portion of that gear up, and then I can tell you, okay, if I get 10 traps up or 10 cages up and I've got them cleaned up and on the beach, I can tell you that for the remainder 60, why it's going to take X amount of time. I would at least have some kind of idea, so to speak. But there's a lot of maintenance, and we're rebuilding. I mean, I'm not just pulling gear, I'm trying to rebuild the business. And it does take time. And if I'm able to put seed in this year, then I can get some kind of turnover next year and have some kind of return on all this effort.
Thank you.
Matt, did you have anything? I know you had a lot to say last time around. No? Okay. Jeff?
I may in a minute.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention a point for clarity. So this is a process that's initiated after those leases sit without being worked for a period of greater than 2 years, and in this case, almost 4 years of not being really actively worked. And I understand what Ted says when we asked him to cease any work. We've had issues before where people get notice of they're not actively working, and then all of a sudden throw something haphazardly in the water and create more issues than good. But this is also something that in that process, Shab also set, time goals and deadlines that weren't met. And I think our continuing concern is that deadlines continue to be pushed. And while everyone is well intended, and I hear what Ted's saying, and I understand that he wants to get the work done, but we haven't seen it for a great period of time. And at the end of the day, I think our view departmentally is we want to see the leases being actively worked and worked in compliance and maintained in compliance, and have a solid, track record of being maintained in compliance. And I just don't think we're really seeing it in this case over a greater period of time. And those concerns continue to go on where there's another deadline and continued issues where we haven't seen significant progress in the time extension that was given. So that's kind of where our concerns begin and end with this specific leaseholder.
Thank you, Jeff. Just for everyone to remind, this is continued from May 12th. So it's around 2 months. What is the pleasure of the board? I want to make a motion. We could delay it longer. Hold on one second. We could go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, again, I'm torn. If Ted can't tell us when he will be ready, what will work, how do we, I had hoped that we'd be saying, hey, he's been out there and he's pulled 10 traps and we're off to the races. But Ted, if you can't tell us when you're gonna be, some ballpark, give us, 60 days or something like that. This is a pretty severe, if we pull it, that's a pretty severe action, I think, on our part. And we're trying to find, at least I am trying to find a way not to do that, but if this has been going on prior, what do we do?
Ted, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I can guarantee you within 60 days that would be a significant amount of change. I've gone through this with Jeff over quite a period of time, and he's had sufficient explanations of what these holdups were about and stuff like that all along, and of the reasoning behind, in the first place, of why I couldn't get out the gear in the first place. I can go through that whole song and dance and sad story if you wish, but it's been explained a number of times. I can guarantee you in 60 days, there'll be a significant amount of stuff done. I can guarantee that.
Dawn, go ahead.
Jeff, what would be kind of the repercussions if we gave it another 60 days to see the progress in terms of a new person coming in and having things set up for next year?
So I think, Dawn, and through you, Mr. Chairman, is I think the longer there's delay, I mean, obviously this season is halfway through. I mean, these guys put their gear down kind of, late November, early December, depending upon the weather, and kind of conclude their season then, and then bring stuff up in April. I think at this point, by the time someone got through all of the permitting and licensing necessary through the state, that if someone new or one of the three individuals on the wait list, if they were to get that lease, kind of at the end of the month, if this all concluded and that was able to be awarded out, I think their year would probably be spent permitting, and they wouldn't be able to put any gear in the water or animals in the water probably till next season. At this point, by the time all of that happened, but they would be able to get a start knowing that they had a lease in hand. They could start that permitting process.
Dawn, go ahead.
Can you also remind me too, are we talking about 3 lease areas? Is that?
There were originally 3. There are 2 active. One of the leases expired. So it's 2 leases totaling 6 acres currently.
And so the one lease has become available for a new person.
The one lease we've kind of let sit until this is kind of concluded. I know that expired. We there's been some question about, but that is no longer held by anyone currently. Yes.
Ted, go ahead.
That 2-acre lease on the Cascada is almost absolutely necessary to, and that's the third one, that is almost absolutely necessary for the winter, over winter for my part, and the rest of the guys as well have them. And the reasoning that we got it in the first place was to overwinter it. In the past, when our leases would become due, we were notified they would become due. I was never notified that this lease was due. I was under the impression, and how we went through this whole meeting many years ago, that all these leases were going to be together in a group and be renewed at the same time. So that's another point that I could get to later, but really, I don't even know. I'm so frustrated. I can't tell you.
Thank you, Ted. I got a question for Jeff. Jeff, if this aquaculture license was ended today, if we made that motion ended today, is there someone else to come right in and get it done this summer, so next year it's all set up? Because if not, then it would make sense to give another 30, 60 days.
We currently have 3 active people on the waiting list that we have, including one individual who checked in with us specifically last week to see if there's anything available. And then our most recent check-in is we had one of the individuals come physically down to our office today to check in to see if there's anything. So there are 2 people that are definitely interested in waiting.
All right, that's helpful. I wouldn't want to end it and then no one else comes in. It wouldn't make any sense. Okay, thank you.
Not.
Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards 60 days and that's it. I'm leaning to 60 days and then and hopefully a good amount of work is done and, and Jeff is happy and we're off to the races. But, I would not want to, I don't want to proceed past that at this point.
Matt, what would you want to see in 60 days? Like, I think if I were to vote that way, I'd want to know exactly what does that mean versus like, oh, I got some stuff in and I get some stuff in, right? What's the criteria on that? Dawn, go ahead, and then Melissa.
I would say sort of adding to Matt's, because I agree with his stance. I don't want to jump too far ahead on this when he's just gotten his vote in, but I would like to see that he would be fully set up to have a harvest next season by September, if that's a realistic goal. And I think that we do need to give this is it kind of. There's not going to be another extension.
Okay, Melissa, and then Christy.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I'd like to hear Matt.
Christy.
Thank you. I hear you, Matt, and what you're saying, and wanting to give the extension. And I feel like that's what we did 45 days ago, and we voted to extend it and to come into compliance. And we thought that was a good compromise, and that didn't happen. So I feel like we've done our part to provide a compromise, and it wasn't able to be met. So I'm almost leaning towards, does this go to another public hearing to revoke the license, or do we make that decision today, or what would that process be?
Jeff, go ahead.
So I believe because the license is awarded through the public hearing process and that first public hearing was closed, that we would have to re-advertise and have a public hearing to take that action.
Which time-wise would be another month, assuming we were to continue this one and start all over again, right?
Correct. We'd have to re-advertise that hearing.
Right. Could that potentially put us in the same boat as not having anything? Could someone, if we waited a month, does that give someone enough time to put a system in that would be, like Don said, a criteria of having a harvest for next year? Jeff.
Sorry about that. So I think the answer that I think the problem with having a harvest for next year is the rate at oysters grow is you're usually kind of a 2-year minimum away from, if you were to put an oyster in today, decide that you're able to get seed, you're looking at 2, more likely 3 years before you're really in a harvestable situation, depending upon growth rates and the size of seed that you're available to go. Unless there's some sort of regulatory change for, for petites or something that comes in. So I think that kind of distance, I mean, again, this isn't something that we bring to you lightly. I think, the concern is that it's, 3 or 4 years of not doing something where something could have been done or something could have been going on, knowing that life happens and we all have difficulties. But again, our goal is to, and what we're tasked with is to make sure that all of the growers are growing in compliance and are working leases and are working well. And, all of the growers that are active and up there are, really doing a great job. And we're just trying to make sure that the rest of the acreage that the town has is, being worked in the same manner and the same professional manner.
Matt, do you have your hand up? No, okay. Christy?
Thanks. Just another comment, select board members, we can't be everywhere or, on the ground, and we use our committees and commissions to help us. And SHAB has really worked on this for a while, and their recommendation previously was to revoke this license, and we then went against them and gave an extension. So again, I think that we've done our due diligence. I think SHAB has done their part, and I think that we've given enough time. And so I'm leaning more towards revoking this license.
Any other comments or does anyone go? Dawn, go ahead.
I'm just thinking, since it's going to take a number of weeks to schedule a public hearing, do we want to plan to schedule the public hearing and do it like 60 days from now, have it all scheduled, and then at that point make the actual decision during the public hearing process? And maybe that does give him a little bit of a chance to get into some form of compliance and work things out with SHAB.
Melissa, sorry, didn't see it.
Okay. I like Dom's suggestion. I see both sides of the coin. I understand that this has been several years. I also understand that there's been tremendous hardship, and I think that's why these decisions come before us. So I think Don's solution is equitable, and I certainly just hope that Mr. Lambrecht can be successful, because it's clear that everyone on this board wants it to be, and that's why we're struggling so hard with this decision.
Matt?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Mr. Lambrecht, but I think Don's is a good idea. One question is, Don, are you thinking of, a termination and possible, giving it to some other person, giving it to someone else that night too? Are you combining those two for that 60-day, or what are you just talking about?
I was thinking about because we have to do a public hearing to revoke the license.
Right.
I don't think that we would necessarily have the
You're
other.
not combining. I'd like to hear from Mr. Lambrecht.
Well, I'd love the 60 days, but you got to understand too that if you gave that permit to someone today, it's going to be a year before they can put anything in the water and start at all. I mean, they don't have the gear. By law, I've got to get my gear out of there, everything off the bottom. It's my responsibility, regardless of whether I lose the permit or not. It's got to come out, and I've got to get that done. That's through the state and the federal government and everything else. You won't have anybody, you give them you can issue a permit today, and they've got to go through the same process I went through. Of course, it's shortened now. It took me 2 years to get my permit between the state and the feds and everything else, and the town, of course. So you're not going to see anything happening immediately. Now, if I can get something done in 60 days and it looks like it's going to be viable, I put seed in the water. It may not be ready next spring, but by next fall, it may be close, or the following spring. But I've got to put something in the water if I want to make it go forward. I've been delayed a year of monkeying around with this. I've got to have something happen one way or the other. You can take it away or not take it away. In 60 days, I can guarantee you I will have substantial amount of gear out of the water. I would like to put gear back in the water within those 60 days, or maybe at the end of the 60 days, because I've got to make sure that the company can give me the seed. Now, it's been paid for over a year. I ordered seed last year before all this mess started. And I've paid for the insurances for this year and last year and everything else. And it's not like I'm doing anything haphazard. I'm going at it. I'm working at it. That's my push.
Dawn?
Regardless of whether I didn't know the sort of the lifespan, we're still going to be a year ahead. It feels like, if we can work with Mr. Lambrecht and get things going. I mean, I know it's also if things aren't working out, it's another couple of months behind. But I think it might be worthwhile to give it another shot, since he at least is progressing. And I mean, there are delays. Everybody's backed up because of COVID. I understand why his boat didn't get in the water until recently. I feel like we're in the same position in a lot of these things, where it's like we were on a good track with all these projects, and now kind of COVID's lifted and everybody's telling us, like, why hasn't the town finished this yet? But everyone's world was turned upside down. So I just want to still be sensitive to that. But I also want it to be the final chance to really see progress, so that he does have a harvest within the next 2 years.
I think we've had pretty good discussion on this second time. Does somebody want to make a motion? And we can always discuss it after it's been seconded.
I'll make a motion to schedule a public hearing on this for roughly 60 days from now. And in the meantime, hopefully progress will be made that will inform our final decision.
Second that.
Thank for discussion. Okay. Erica, you need clarification?
Yeah, so schedule a public hearing to do what? To revoke?
To revoke.
But in the meantime, you're giving him the 60 days to...
Well, we can opt not to pass the revocation at that point, but we can't even make a decision tonight.
Is there any friendly to understand exactly what criteria we're going to look at? Just so we can be clear. Dawn?
I would kind of look to Jeff for his advice on what would show enough progress to feel confident that this is going to work.
To me, I think at this point, I mean, given that the gear has been on the bottom for, greater than a 3-year time period, I think either removal, either from the water to be cleaned on land somewhere and just out of the system, or up in good working order and repair on the lease site, and lease arts, all properly marked in compliance with the lease. I think that would be a good step to have, just to get everything off of the bottom, and either, like I said, in good working order or on land for repair and maintenance if it's so extreme, or the growth is so extreme that it can't be cleaned on the water.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment if you'll accept it, Dawn.
Yes.
Erica, did that make sense? So
Yeah, so the criteria is that the gear has to come off the bottom of the ocean floor and on land for repair and maintenance, or cleaned. Did I get that right, Jeff?
Jeff, you accept that?
Yeah, I think the gear cleaned. I think the other thing, Erica, that I had said was that the lease areas are all clearly marked.
So Don and Matt, you accept that all into your motion? Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, we'll take a vote. Don Hill Holgate,
Aye.
Melissa Murphy. That was an aye. Christy Parentel,
Aye.
Matt Fee,
Aye.
Jason Bridges, aye. Okay, that passes.
Thank you for the time, everyone.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Ted.
Thank you all for your time. I'm sorry I have to push it this far. Thank you.
Thanks, Ted. Have a good night.
You
All
too.
right, Libby.
Okay, post 4th of July weekend reports. We've got reports from police, fire, culture and tourism, licensing, airport, public works and public health. And don't worry, I don't think any of them are overly lengthy. It seems that there weren't any substantial issues. So let's start with the chief, with Chief Pittman.
Evening again. I'll start with the Marine report. Sheila's out pulling a boat off of Brant Point right now, so she couldn't make it. But they had 5 boat calls for assistance. 2 were on the 4th and 3 were on the 5th. There was 2 fuel spills, one in which enforcement action was taken by both the town and the Coast Guard. Both of the fuel types are gasoline, which dissipates rather quickly out of the water column, unlike diesel fuel. As far as the lifeguards go, they had a total of 2,850 contacts. A contact is when they administer first aid, they give directions, they do education, or any other contact with a member of the public on the beach. There was quite a few incidents out there in which there was a lot of curiosity. There were Portuguese man of war that were spotted off the South Shore. There was a lot of curiosity about that. And on 2 occasions, there were fins that were spotted and confirmed by trained staff to be shark fins within the swimming areas. So beaches had to be closed at Cisco and Nantucket. And then on the 5th of July, there was a lot of dangerous riptides, and so they actually closed the beach to swimmers at Nobadir on the 5th. That's the Marine report. The police side, I sent a memo. Really, 2021 was pretty much like 2020. It was very calm as far as law enforcement was concerned. Compared to 2019, we had almost half the calls for services in 2019. What I think was notable was people were apparently partying a little harder at the end of the pandemic. We did have more intoxicated person complaints, and we did have more disturbance complaints than prior years. But overall, calls for service were significantly down. We did have our assistance from the state police on our 4th of July detail. This year, we elected to bring over 6 additional troopers, assigned them to work with the 3 existing troopers that are here, and then our staff, and we did what's called roving patrols. We basically situated them at different areas around the island to mainly watch and make sure the beaches access remained open for emergency vehicles, but to kind of give an omnipresent feeling to, if anybody was thinking of causing any mischief, they had second thoughts about it when they saw the officers in or near the areas. Arrests were down significantly this year. I think we had one protective custody. There were 4 on view arrests, and I think 3 of those, or one of those, wasn't even related to anything to do with a beach. So it was overall, it was a very, it was kind of the 4th of July we all hoped to have, what I'd say.
Thanks, Chief. Chief Murphy?
Good evening, I'll try to be quick. The fire department was busy this year, considerably busy, almost to the numbers we saw 2 years ago. We were doing about just a little bit better than 13 runs a day. over the course of the 6 days that I calculated from the 1st to the 6th. And that's just about upward numbers from the past couple of years. And we're back to about 50-50 split between EMS calls and fire calls, with fire calls actually being a little bit more than. We were also out, my fire prevention officer was out on Saturday and Sunday night doing occupancy checks. We are addressing some issues we found through the weekend and working with the restaurants to correct them.
Chief, did you have a lot of those, or was it just kind of spotty here and there with a couple venues?
There was a considerable amount, varying different issues, with one that we're going to address probably with a violation issued for overcrowding and operating in the presence of a nightclub that they shouldn't have been. And then some other ones were handled very effectively, with the managers speaking to them and asking them to lower music or control a line or clear an exit or that thing.
Thank you. Chief Janet Schulte, Culture and Tourism Director.
Thank you, Libby, and congratulations, Jason, on your new elevation. We had moved our concerts from the 3rd to the 5th because of the weather. And we had about 100 people in the morning concerts for the children and about 100 people in the evening concerts with the Shepcats and Rebecca Chapa. So that was in lieu of anything that we did on Main Street, because we didn't do anything on Main Street this year for obvious reasons. And the other thing I would say is that people came in and asked why we weren't doing fireworks. And when we explained that at the time we were having to plan that event, we didn't know what COVID was going to be. We gave the money to the town businesses, and people seem to be okay with that. So that's our update from Culture and Tourism.
Thanks, Janet. Is Amy still on? I guess she actually maybe wasn't really going to give a report. She sort of talked about outdoor dining earlier. Roberto is not on anymore, I don't think, but he told us earlier in a staff meeting that there was very little public health issues, if any. Airport Manager Tom.
Good evening. On the commercial side, our numbers for outgoing passengers, we were actually less than 2019, but on our general aviation side, the total gallons sold were up 24% over 2019. The fuel sales dollars were up 35%, and total sales were up 24%. That includes ramp fees, landing fees, catering, and so on. All of those numbers are the highest we've experienced in the past 10 years. So we're seeing some records on that side, which is good for our financial stability.
Great, thank you.
Tom, what time frame was that? Just the 3 days, just the weekend?
It's a
full week.
We consider it 4 days. We go from it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I believe it is.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. And we can see behind you that there's a lot of jets. I know that's not really live, but you were telling us last week that the number of jets coming in is quite amazing.
It's very high, but the good news is it's flowing smoothly so far. So
great. Thank you very much, Tom. We may need to let Stephen Arsenault in. Stephen is in for DPW Director. Unless he can, I don't know how he gets in as an attendee. There we go.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Stephen.
All right, yeah, sorry about that. Didn't have the correct link, so I used the agenda link. Basically, this year compared to 2019 was a huge difference. 2019, my guys were out for several hours on 4th of July up to 1 a.m. at night. This year, we had a 4-man team, morning shift and evening shift for the entire weekend. And it took about 2 or 3 hours each time, which is phenomenal. That was very unexpected, even with the amount of patrons we have on the beaches and with all of our tourists. We have to give some credit to the clean team for supporting us. And it was also noted by my guys at the police presence, and they're basically securing the beach sites and making sure people comply with the rules and regulations. That was a great help. And people on the beach themselves are just more compliant than they have been in the past with making an attempt to put garbage away properly. The only problem that we had was that our tractor broke down with the beachcomber at the end where we were trying to clean up. But fortunately, there wasn't as much damage to the beach this year as it was in 2019. So the beach still was cleaned with what we were able to cover. And the tractor has been repaired. Let me see, anything. That's about all I have. It was a pretty good weekend. No major issues.
Great. Stephen, thanks so much for coming in and hanging in for so long.
No worries.
I think that's it for the town manager's report.
Okay. Thank you, Libby. Moving on to select board's reports and comments, review of 2021 annual committee appointment process and committee talent bank. Because it is 9 o'clock, I would like to hear what the select board has to feel. I'll take a couple comments from the public. If we do need more time, we'll put it onto another agenda. But I just want to try to keep it succinct, and brevity is key here. Any comments from Melissa? Go ahead.
Sorry, Jason, are you asking for comments on the committee appointments or suggestions of which committees we want to be a part of?
Yes, we had talked about last time that we would, once we saw it actually go through it, we would review it again, make comments, what went well, what didn't go well.
Okay.
Dawn, go ahead.
I mean, I think that that some of the things went very well in terms of, I feel like there was very good notice given on all of the applications and so forth. What struck me as a bit of a fail was that we had a couple of like late applications of incumbents where no one else even applied for the seats, and they literally came in like within a couple of days. And I felt like there could have still been proper notice to make sure that the public was informed that they had applied, and figured out a way to not put off having to wait until the middle of August to refill those seats. I think that that's a real problem. There was also one instance where there was an open alternate seat and 4 applicants for 3 full seats. And in the past, I feel like we would have just moved the new applicant into the alternate seat, and that probably would have been appropriate since everyone was on notice. And maybe there's a better way to say, would you take either or? So those are just a few takeaways for me that I felt like we got the process into, it became so well organized that it actually created a couple of small problems.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you. I agree with Dawn. However, I also think this being the first time where we had such strict structure, I think now the community can pay better attention to those timelines and get their applications in on time, and we can continue to do some good outreach to them. I think overall the process was very effective. I was surprised at how few comments I received by email from people on the applications. Just noting that, I think for the public who does want to give input, please use those email addresses. That's very valuable for us and a great tool to communicate your opinions, and that we're voting as representatives of the public and our constituents. So we need to hear. But overall, I thought the process was really great, and I'd be remiss not to say a thank you again to Erica for organizing it all so efficiently.
Thank you, Melissa. Christy, did you have your hand up? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just going to touch on Don's point and Melissa. I think, this was the first time. So seeing how it goes, kind of one more cycle and then maybe making changes. The one thing that I liked with Don's comments were if there's an alternate position and maybe in the application saying, would you mind being the alternate or applying for both when you're applying? So that if that comes up again, we have that flexibility. But in terms of the late applicants, maybe giving it one more cycle. And if it continues to be an issue, it's something that we look at, if nobody applies and then the incumbent then applies late, is that, more than enough time for it to be on 2 agenda packets, and that's enough public time for the public to comment before it goes to a vote. I can see there was, I think, an instance last year where an incumbent didn't want to run, and then when they saw nobody else ran, they said, okay, I'll do one more year, one more term so that it doesn't go unfilled. And a lot of people, get right to work in July, and having to wait till the middle of August is tough. So I can see both sides of it, but I think giving it one more year is worth it.
Thank you, Christy. Erica?
Thank you. I just wanted to note that the deadlines actually might not be a bad thing. And I realized that some of the people that were incumbents applied late. We also had some new applicants that applied late. And as a result of this, some of the vacancies that we were left with, such as the Council for Human Services, where the incumbent applied late, we now have 4 applicants for that seat. Same thing goes with the Historical Commission alternate seat. We have 4 applications for that 1 seat now. Planning Board, we have 2. So I think it would be worthwhile not rushing into or not making exceptions maybe to see, because all of a sudden people are like, oh, these are still available. I'm going to throw my hat in the ring. So I think it's worthwhile, as Christy said, to give it a little time before we make changes to see really how it works.
Yeah, I agree with you, Erica and Christy. That's really good information to know. Yeah. Matt, did you have anything before I go to Brooke?
Yeah, I think hearing that from Erica makes me think we give it a little more time. I could have gone either way, but knowing it's encouraged people to apply to those positions, I think that's an interesting outcome I wouldn't have expected. So that's a good thing.
Thank you, Matt. We go to Brooke Moore.
Hi, thank you. I too am a little on the fence about it as Chair of Council for Human Services, not having the incumbent in place for a couple of meetings is challenging. And in our case, we have 2 new seats that got approved at town meeting that wouldn't have made it in the cycle anyway. And I'll tell you that the reason people have applied is because there's been direct outreach to recruit people. So that's a factor here as well. But I say let it ride for 1 more cycle and we'll see how it goes.
Thank you, Brooke. Melissa, and then Erica, and then Kristen.
Outreach. I think, that's such an important part, and the town itself can't bear the brunt of the responsibility for all the outreach. It really is a community-wide effort to reach out to people and remind them about the application process in whatever ways talking to people who have always mentioned to you that they're interested in service and saying, hey, this has come up. So it's really incumbent upon all of us within the community to take that outreach. And for those of us who do serve and have served before, to offer to mentor people or help them through that process, I think is just really important, but it's not the town's responsibility alone to do that.
Erica, did you have something?
You can go to Christy. I was just going to quickly talk about the talent.
Okay, Christy.
Thank you. One comment I did receive, and this might be more of like a town charter change, is that the appointments are kind of heading into our busy summer season. So you're trying to onboard new members kind of as they're really busy. And I didn't know if there's any way to change appointments to more like a December, January start, or is that just something that we do with our fiscal year?
Erica, Libby, what is that timing? Why has it been
Well,
that?
some of it is in the town code that way. Some of it might be traditional, but I think it would be a real sea change to do it that way. We'd have to give that some thought and some review.
Okay. Eric, I'm going to go to Mary Longacre, but you could comment first if you want.
Oh, I was just going to talk about the talent bank super quick. To date, we've had 25 submissions to the talent bank. I emailed all of them back with the list of vacancies, the current vacancies, the timeline, and the applications. And out of that, I've received 3 applications from out of those 25, plus interest from 2 others that haven't fully responded yet. But it's very interesting. Some people hear about it on the radio, because they know where they get the news, and some are from the town website, from Daybreak, Nantucket Current. So it's a really good mix of where people are getting their information from.
It's a great start. 25 and 3. Mary Longacre.
Thank you, Jason. I wanted to remind people that even if they are not formally appointed to the board, whether they're incumbents with a gap or new applicants, you can attend the meeting, you can participate in the discussion with public comment, and it's useful to do so. So I don't think it's tremendously disruptive to have to re-advertise a position and to have more people get interested in it. I would hope that everyone interested in it, again, whether incumbent or new applicant, would continue to attend the meetings of that committee and participate through public comment.
Thank you, Mary. It's a good workaround. Any other thoughts? I think what I'm hearing from everyone is, it was cleaned up, and we like how it went. Give it another year. Dawn?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I was just, raising a couple of holes I saw in this year. And it doesn't seem like there's a lot of any negative feedback from the public. So that's really good.
Right. So it worked. It was improved. Yeah. Thank you, Erica and Melissa. You worked a lot on that. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay, to move on. Discussion / vote on proposed 2022 annual town meeting and election dates. We have Monday, May 2nd and Tuesday, May 10th. Are we all pretty feeling good on that? So go ahead, Dawn.
Just gonna say motion to approve.
Okay.
I'm interested
Sure.
in moving this along.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Dawn?
Aye.
Melissa Murphy?
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella?
Aye.
Matt Fee?
Aye.
Jason Bridges, aye. That passes 5-0. That was quick. Committee reports. Christy, I know you got a couple. Nothing? Okay. All right. See nothing.
Just a reminder before you adjourn that we still have county after this, so please don't go away.
Great reminder, Erica. People were itching to hit the leave button. I just know it. Okay. All those in favor to adjourn this select board meeting, and we're still going to go into county. Don Hill-Holgate.
Aye.
Melissa Murphy.
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella.
Aye.
Matt Fee. Jason Bridges, aye. We are adjourned. Select board meeting. And now we have to go into county. Is that you, Christy?
Yes, so I will open the county commissioners meeting for July 7th, 2021. And the first item on our agenda is the election of officers. Are there any nominations? As a reminder, neither Jason or myself could be chair or co-chair.
Is anybody interested? I'd be happy to make that motion.
I really like being the vice chair.
Don or Matt, would you like to be chair of county? Donna or Matt, I can't hear you.
I'm not interested, but thanks.
Okay. Okay. So make a motion to have Don Hill-Holgate as chair of county. Is there a second?
I'll second it, but I don't want Don to do it reluctantly. So
Okay.
I'm happy to do county. It's
Okay.
you know.
I couldn't really hear you, Melissa. I thought you said you were okay being vice chair. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought she said too.
Okay.
So moved.
All right.
Oh,
So
Hold on, are we still on the chair with
Yeah.
John being chair? Can we vote on that first?
yes, so by roll call vote, Jason Bridges,
aye.
Melissa Murphy. I said that aye. Don Holgate,
Aye.
Matt Fee,
Aye.
and Christy Ferrantella, aye. That passes unanimously.
Okay, so, I guess I take over, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is there a motion for vice chair?
Make a motion for Melissa Murphy to be vice chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor by roll call, Jason Bridges,
Aye.
Melissa Murphy, Christy Ferrantella,
Aye.
Matt Fee,
Aye.
John Holgate, aye, carries unanimously. Is there any public comment for items that are not otherwise on our agenda for discussion? Seeing none, approval of minutes from May 26th and approval of payroll and treasury warrants, June 2021.
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor by roll call, Jason Bridges,
Aye.
Melissa Murphy, Christy Ferrantella,
Aye.
Aye.
Holgate, aye. That carries unanimously. Are there any commissioners' reports or comments? If not, let's make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor by roll call, Jason Bridges,
Aye.
Melissa Murphy, Christy Ferrantella,
Aye.
Matt Fee,
Thank you.
Holgate, aye. That carries unanimously. I think I've lost my voice a little bit. I'll see you guys in the morning.
Aye. You and Matt.